All right. Welcome, everybody, to today's stream. And thank you to Petri for resubscribing for 6 months. Appreciated. Very nice. That's right. That's what it's just going to be now, is that I just only use this sort of draw on stream setup that I've got to just draw during the intro sequence. That's what it's gonna end up being. I'll be like, look everybody, I can draw while, I'm playing games, and I can draw on top of them and be wacky. And then I don't, and then I just do it during the intro, and it's like, excuse me, Caco. Where are the pre-stream drawings? I need them now. Thank you. And there they are. Here. Now. Mid-game hijinks. I know. I think it'll work better for this one, because there'll be a lot less movement, you know? The character portraits will just kind of hang around in one spot, and I can just draw all over them. No problem. Perfection. And yes, this is a Caco stream. Hello there, Grey Wish and Baldir. And, alright, so, for those who are around, vandalize the gameplay. Being a visual novel, that's pretty much what it is. The gameplay is just the visual novel screens, so it's basically vandalizing the gameplay. But if you were here a while back when, I had streamed the Leviathan game, looking at some of the images, it's not... I don't know how to quite phrase it. I don't think it's going to be the same sort of weird sort of hijinks that were happening in Leviathan happening here, particularly because we're playing a female character, and it is a lot more romance-focused here, I think, than on Leviathan, where the kind of romance was a little bit more at the side. I think this is going to be a little bit more straight dating sim EE, or at least in the way that Otome games tend to be in regards to having female character flirting with all the boys, especially since this one particularly, or explicitly, I should say, listed it as saying, hey, there's 6 guys you can date. Wow, wowie wow. Yeah, you dating. But come on. The boys, they're supernatural. Yeah, there are also only guys we're able to date, so it's not like Leviathan, how there was girls that were kind of romanceable, kind of. But then there was also your old friend that you could get some romancy action on, maybe. I am here playing games. However much you want to consider visual novel type choose your own adventures as games, but I want to romance everyone, truly. Forget about picking just one. I want a supernatural boy harem, thank you. That's what I am here for. Why pick one when you can have everybody? A gamer? Maybe it's more like a reader this time. A visual novel, lots of words to read. Imagine having a boyfriend. Imagine having a vampire boyfriend. That's all you can do, though, because you can never get a vampire boyfriend, because vampires aren't real. You can only live out your fantasies via visual novels. It's a shame, really. I wish we could play a D&D bard, romance even the evil monsters. That just sounds like a bad hentai, though. If that was the case, I don't know. Vampires are real, what the heck? Oh, are they? That would almost be kind of sad to know, though, because then that means why haven't I found a real-life vampire boyfriend? Dang it. Oh. The dragon roars at the party. I roll to seduce. Get a cool dragon boyfriend. Oh my god. But so, that will be today's and tomorrow's stream. I'm hoping. Okay, so the game description estimated 4 to 6 hours of playthrough at 300 words per minute. I did a quick little reading test, like to see how fast you can read, and I read that out loud speaking, and I was about at like 100 to 150 words per minute, so we're looking at like 8 to 12 hours. I'm hoping it's more on the side of 8, but we'll see, I guess. And I'm sure it would end up getting kind of pushed out longer, too. Caco reading stats. At least reading out loud stats. Going to try and at least read a little bit on the faster side than what I was probably reading at for that little test, but you know. Whoa, and look at that, Raging Sleepaholic resubscribing for 6 months. Where's that at? And I'm gonna write underneath it, very cool file. I wrote very cool over here, too. Petri got that also. But thank you for resubscribing for 6 months. Appreciated. Did you count reading chat? No. That's kind of why it's like, I'll take approximately 8 to 12 hours. We'll see. We'll see. But in terms of other games, I did get emailed a key for a game the other day called Such Art, which is like a sort of a do one thing type simulator, you know, like House Flipper, where you went out and flipped houses and that was the thing you did. Such Art looked like it was kind of like that, except with painting. And I took a slight look at it, and it's just the demo version that they sent me. So, like, it's not out yet. But I'll probably play that on Wednesday. Because it's a demo, so I didn't want to do, like, a proper weekend stream for it. Though I had been somewhat considering it. But I'm rather excited to do that, since as long as it's along for, you know, the sweet do one thing simulator, which those types of games are a lot of fun to stream. That'll be it. And then there's like the art school or Passport Out, however you say that game's name. That's what it would be like. A combination of them almost. Art, one thing, together, boom. That'll probably be Wednesday. And I think then there's another game called Walden that I had tested a little bit of. And, I forget because it's been like a week or two since I tested playing the game a little bit. But it's based on the, like, group of artists, writers that went and started their own little art commune group off at like Walden Pond. I forget which one you were specifically that you're playing as for that. But it's almost like another little simulator almost, and where you're out in the woods and you're collecting stuff and your character is constantly like artistically, poetically commenting on things because he is a writer-poet himself. So I thought that was real humorous quality. There's just something about playing a game of that just strikes me as humorous. So probably we'll be playing that, and then we'll also be playing Journey alongside it for the weekend set of games. So that's the plans for next week. Because then, since Journey is, both Walden and Journey are not super reading heavy focused game like what I'm playing now, Changeling, which was also, quick comment, annoying because this game has been out for a year and it is not one of the optional drop downs for game category on Twitch, so I had to stick it under games and demos. That's why Changeling is in parentheses, is because that's the game we're playing today, Changeling. But since this one's reading focused, it'll be a good contrast for such art in Walden and Journey, or the weekend and Wednesday. Yeah? Yeah. Alright. Let me just shuffle around here. Okay, so I think that's enough pre-stream talking, so let's get into the game stream talking, where there will be just basically dialogue talking, ready for the adventures chat. I hope you have prepared and are ready to romance every boy. I hope you're ready to decide on which is the best boy, so that we can select them and focus on dating them. And I'll say a final hello to those who have come in. Get prepared to date the supernatural boys, alright? Now what's on mute? And we'll swap over the game input. Uh-oh, I better remove all of the writing too. Let me just get rid of that. And here we are, with Changeling. Here I am, in the middle. Petri, in and out to make a cake. It's me. You know what? That hair color is not too far off from my character's hair, huh? Is this a vampire dating sim? It's not just vampires. It's every supernatural creature, alright? And we're going to date one of them. If I could date everyone, I would do that. And she's wearing yellow. Oh my god, it's actually me. Okay, here we go. New game. First name. I've been playing Space Station 13. And I had been browsing around names to try and decide what to name myself. And as I'm scrolling through, looking at surnames. First, here's the first name, Desiree, and as I'm scrolling through the last name, I see one of the names that they had listed for last name was just straight cock. And I was like, what? And I had to go with that. So I'm gonna name my character here the same name that I'm using there. Because I think it's rather fitting for a dating sim, right? Where I'm a girl. I'm Desiree Cox. Here we go. And now the story begins. Desiree Cox. Think there was a guy in Scrubs named Cox? Well, that's distant relative of mine, perhaps. I have many a member whose last name is Cox. That's why I modified it. But the name that I saw was literally just Cock. C-O-C-K. That was it. Straightforward. And I thought, you know, the C-O-X version is almost slightly more discreet than just straight saying cock. So that's why it's cock with the X slightly less on the nose. Yeah, yep. Anyone named Cox is instantly irresistible. Just look at Jesse. Truly. You slap that on the end, and that's perfect. Okay, here we go. When I was little, I dreamed of being carried away to a far-off land. It was a recurring dream of flying through the air, surrounded by softly singing voices. Back then, I read book after book of old fairy tales in my grandmother's study, the kind where good children didn't always make it out of the dark swamp unscathed, and sometimes the goblins won. During the day, I would run through the forest by our house and pretend the stories were real. Every tree was a sentinel watching over me, and rustling leaves were the sweet whispers of fairies coaxing me further and further from the house. Then it all crumbled. The trees and games had to be left behind. Not the games! Books were left to gather dust on shelves, and dreams were left to fade into memory. Years passed, and all that remained were the distant games and pretend play of childhood. Back then, I didn't know that real fairy tales were darker than anything I could have possibly dreamed up on my own. Uh-oh, that's foreshadowing. We're gonna have dark and spooky fairy tales that are actually real. Chapter 1, Homecoming. Common route, apparently. I guess that's saying what route we're currently on, and since we just started, haven't had any choices, we're just on the common route. We had nearly reached the house. I was eager to get out of this cramped car and see the new place. Yeah, this is literally just me. It's true, I didn't even think about it when I was picking the game, but like Petri pointed out, she is wearing a yellow shirt. She does have that sort of auburny hair color, though it's not quite purpley enough, I think. But it's still close enough. It's basically it's just me. That's why I picked this game truly, is because actually, right here, this is Cacophony. I was like, well, now I'm going to just show chat my biography in game form. And hello there, what's it to get, and welcome to the stream. The long road trip wasn't agreeing with me, but I couldn't complain too much. After 5 years in a city I hated, we were finally moving back to Pine Hollow, the place where I grew up. That alone was enough to keep my sanity intact during the tense trip back. Unfortunately, the reason behind the move wasn't fantastic. Wait a second, I can draw on the game, right? Here we go. I pick this color. I go over to her eyes. Wait, hang on, I need to fix my layer. Hang on, I think the problem here is it's just getting capped out. I guess I can't use mint for her eye color. Okay, here we go, that's fine. She can have some just red heart eyes. There we go, perfect. It's me. Unfortunately, the reason behind the move wasn't fantastic. Grandpa was ill again, and this time was under strict orders to take it easy. Since he had to avoid stress, he needed Dad's help with his business. Of course, he didn't think so, but Grandma was adamant. Get help or retire. So we were on our way back so Dad could take over. In theory, anyway, not that Grandpa would let him. In any case, Dad wasn't too happy about leaving his current job or our house in the city behind, much less moving back across state lines to our previous home. I was, though. I missed Grandma and Grandpa. I missed the trees and the looming embrace of the mountains that made Pine Hollow feel enclosed and protected. I missed my best friend. How long ago was this? Because if this was a long time back, there's no guarantee you're gonna get along with your best friend still. People change a lot between children and like young adult, teenagerhood. I'm not sure how old I am here. I could be like 19, 18, 20, 25, 30, who knows? Change is bad. Truly, let's just go back in time, stay things forever. Best friends forever? What I wouldn't miss was the stifling humidity of the city. The constant smell of hot rubber and car exhaust. Not to mention the lack of stars and the way rain made everything smell like rust instead of warm earth. Oh, the petrichor? Like petrichor of V. It wasn't all terrible. The parks were pretty, and being nearer to the water had been fun. School hadn't been awful. I was hardly the loner girl skulking in the corners. I had friends, and I would miss them. But Allie wasn't just a friend, she was practically family. No one in the city could compare with that. And the city had never felt like home. I smiled slightly as the scenery beyond the car windows became more and more familiar. My tiredness faded to excitement.
The new house isn't that far from the old one, is it?
They're only a few miles apart. This one's in a different neighborhood, though. Here's my brother and my mother. My mother doesn't look very old. Man, Mom, you're looking pretty good. How old are you? Oh, and here's my dad. Wow, I've got a very youthful-looking family. Well, parents. Obviously, my brother's going to look youthful, because he is somewhat youthful. I don't know. Not too youthful. We don't want to go underage here.
Lots of trees, very wooded. I think you two will really like it after we get settled in.
Dad said that, but from the look on Spencer's face, I didn't think it was true. Not for him, anyway. Dad pointed to a small forested mountain a few miles ahead.
The neighborhood is nestled right at the foot there and winds up the slope. It feels rural, but it's within walking distance of the town square.
I was glad that it didn't look like much development had happened in the years we'd been gone. In fact, it didn't look like much had changed at all.
They all drink the blood of virgins to sustain their youth.
Maybe we're the vampires, and that's the real trick.
This is my real-life family, it's true. And both me and my brother have taken our mother's hair color, not the dad.
Wow, so much forest. I almost forgot what it was like.
Looks easy to get lost in.
I gave him a sharp look and found him staring at me in that disquieting way he'd picked up over the last few years. He was already trying to find a fight about that. I quickly looked away, unwilling to give him the satisfaction. Oh, brother trying to start fights. Another thing I missed was me and Spencer being close. Like everyone seemed to think twins ought to be. But I didn't think that just moving back to Pine Hollow was going to fix that, though. Not with the jabs like that aimed at me.
Isn't the ginger gene the less likely one to be passed down, though?
Yeah, but we've got it anyway. Let it go already. No one is going to get lost. And I want you both to give me your word you'll be careful in the forest. I don't want to have to ban you from hiking. Ugh. And now Mom was starting too. I slumped back in the seat, watching the kaleidoscope of fall colors slide past. I had expected that issue to be brought up now that we were moving back, but I hadn't expected to start getting lectured before we even reached the new house. The realtor said that there are
whoa, that's my dad talking. The realtor said there are trails.
But you know that probably means animal trails, not actual hiking trails. It can be dangerous if you aren't careful. We're not little kids anymore.
There are lots of coyotes here, and cougars, even bears. There's also a pretty deep ravine in the woods behind the house, from what I understand.
We just want to make sure everyone stays safe. Now that we're back, we don't want... Geez, it's been 5 years.
Date bear when? Can I date the bears? Is there a bear that is actually a man and he'll come out of the woods and be like, "Hi, I'm a bear," growl. And then he'll suddenly turn up and be like, "And I mean a bear of a man." And hello, Boilermaker, and welcome to the stream.
I couldn't entirely blame everyone for their uneasiness about the whole thing. The disappearance 5 years ago.
Uh-oh, mysterious past coming into play. Mysterious past.
My disappearance 5 years ago was the reason we moved in the first place, not just the disappearance itself, though I'd been gone for more than a week, and that had definitely caused some drama.
I disappeared for a week, so that certainly caused some drama, as it would, disappearing. One of your family members just goes poof for a week, some slight drama. Everyone was a little bit concerned, spreading a couple of rumors, but a little bit too much, I gotta say.
But there was the issue of how I showed back up, and the other things that happened around that time.
5 years later, and my family was still shadowed by the repercussions of what happened back then.
What happened back then? Floating ghost hearts. Uh-oh, that's right. I drew those on top of my character portrait that was there, but my character is kind of gone now. So, let me just get rid of those. Hello there, Bleepy Bloop, and welcome to the stream.
Of course I wanted them to move on. Everything back then had been my fault. Not just the drama the family had endured as a whole, but also what had happened to Spencer. Those weren't wounds that could just heal overnight. Not the emotional ones, not the physical ones, and definitely not the ones that inflicted on our relationship. And no amount of apologizing had ever helped.
And hello there, there's never enough DACA also. Sacrifice character portrait to ghost hearts. The ghost hearts take over everything. They kill it all. I feel like if I put on the ghost hearts just constantly flickering on and off, they're just gonna stay forever. Every time my character portrait is no longer me, they're just gonna be floating hearts, and that's just how it's going to be.
Dad turned onto a quiet street that wound its way up into the trees. A few rooftops poked through the foliage. It was a great neighborhood that reminded me a little of where we'd lived before. The sweetness of nostalgia helped wash away some of the lingering bitterness from the previous conversation. I loved the place from the moment we turned onto the street and passed over a trickling creek that vanished into the woods. Down at the foot of the mountain, and within walking distance of the houses, was the main street of the town, filled with the little shops and restaurants. But the neighborhood, hidden behind a thick wall of trees and curled around the mountainside, felt secluded and quiet. It was beautiful and perfect.
Wow, music change.
Desiree, go check the boxes up in your room to make sure that they put the right ones there. I'll let you unpack your things first. Then I want you downstairs to help in the kitchen.
Spencer, same for you.
Movers had already arranged most of the furniture in the house under Grandma's supervision, but the boxes with the smaller items and personal belongings still needed unpacking. Since she had to take care of Grandpa, Grandma couldn't do much more than tell them where to put the furniture and to try to get the basics set up for us.
I don't know, it's looking pretty empty right now. But I guess we are in the kitchen.
We still had a ton of work to do.
The dad looks like a human equivalent of handsome Squidward. Come on, what else would he look like? We gotta have maximum handsome parents and family, as there will be maximum handsome boys and other characters that we're going to run into. Everybody that we're gonna see is going to be like the image of beauty and perfection.
Mom immediately busied herself trying to hang curtains and make the house look lived in. Dad started ripping into the boxes in the family room.
Spencer vanished upstairs.
I left Mom in the kitchen and went to take a look at the rest of the downstairs. Wow, this house is really great.
All I've looked at is the kitchen and the front door. If this is my house from the past, it's like I should kind of remember everything, right? So I'm just kind of reflecting on that. Or if we assume that this was like a completely new house. I've looked, again, 2 rooms. I think it's a little bit early to say this house is really great.
I'm glad you like it, honey.
It wasn't new, but had been renovated inside. It looked modern and new, but still felt old and full of memories. And someone else's history, so this is definitely a different house, right? It's a good door, what can I say? It's true, it does have 2 windows on it and a doorknob. Good color. Clearly, the good door must be good house.
Wow, I love it already.
My bedroom was right next to Spencer's. Oh, wait, we got the house layout. I think that's like a music box here, and I've got a canvas over here, so I enjoy listening to music, and I also enjoy the arts. That's why I've got this canvas easel up over there in the corner. Or my grandma thought I liked art and put it up for me, and in actuality, I hate art.
The only thing separating them was a small shared bathroom.
That was going to be so much fun. Having a shared bathroom was going to be so much fun. That doesn't sound quite right there, Desiree. I don't know about commenting on that one. He tended to act like any intrusion into his personal space was a huge affront, so I had to walk on eggshells if I didn't want to fight with him. I could only begin to imagine his whining about having to share a counter space with all my icky girl things. Like a hairbrush and hand lotion, things that boys do not have. Thank you for following Lord Mung, appreciated. Ugh, the horror! There might even be like toothpaste in there, maybe some hairspray. Oh no, imagine brushing your hair, I know. The horror! That aside, my room was pretty nice. It was bright and airy, and I loved seeing my things already put exactly where I'd have put them anyway. Man, my grandma knows me really well. Not the soap! Oh no, I'm gonna be demanding like nice smelling soap in the bathroom, and he's like, why not just get the unscented stuff? Oh my god, clearly that would be the case. Or Granny is psychic, entirely a possibility. Would I be psychic then? That would be useful, because then I could just casually read the minds of the boys and know the exact choices to pick in order to romance them. It looked like Grandma even got my bed ready. All I had to do was unpack the rest of my personal stuff. Apparently, I'm just ripping the tape off the cardboard box. I'm not cutting it open. I'm just grabbing it, rip, and there we go, into it. I started with my school things, pulling the tape off one box to get at what was inside. Suddenly, the door to my side of the bathroom burst open. Spencer walked in, dropping a dusty box on my clean bedspread. What are you doing, Spencer? He could have at least knocked. They gave me one of yours. Don't pick a fight, just stay calm. I moved the box to the floor without saying anything. Spencer started to leave. Hang on, let me make sure I don't have anything of yours. Hopefully he didn't make a habit of bursting in. Being my twin brother didn't mean he got to invade my privacy whenever he wanted. Especially since he'd had an aneurysm if I'd slammed into his room that way. I quickly sorted through the boxes to see if any of his were lurking in my room. Sure enough, I found one of his name clearly scrawled on top. Grandma. The name is labeled right there. Why didn't you get that right since you got the rest of my bedroom correct? Come on. Here, I think this one has some of your clothes. I nudged the box toward him with my foot. He scowled at me before picking it up and stalking back to his room. The door on his side of the bathroom slammed shut. Oh man, my brother's so edgy. She has poor vision in her old age. Yeah, it is pretty difficult to mix up the names Desiree and Spencer. Yeah, you're welcome. It felt like every interaction with him was like that lately. It was worse than ever, actually. He is going through, that edgy phase. Oh my god. But then, he wasn't likely to forget his negative memories of Pine Hollow soon. And I was pretty sure he was just annoyed by the fact I was happy to be back, which meant taking it out on me, of course. Toxic relationship. He'd never loved this place the way I had anyway, so he wasn't really inclined to overlook the bad memories in the first place. He needs some eye hearts of his own, truly. Maybe that would put him into a better mood. I sighed and continued pulling things out of boxes. Patience, patience. It was just hard to have all this stuff stirred up again. I mean, even if I accepted responsibility for what happened back then, I didn't think it meant I also had to sentence myself to guilt and misery forever. Not for something that happened when I was 12, something I couldn't even remember. Okay, this confirms age. They said 5 years ago earlier. And if this happened when she was 12, that would place her at 17 years old. So, alright, confirmed age, we are 17. 42. Yes, that's the correct age. Confirmed age 42. I left my boxes on the floor and went to peer out the window. I pressed my head against the glass, watching the trees sway slightly in the fall breeze. Toss, don't worry, it's not toss. If nothing inappropriate happens, we're all good here. And as long as, other characters of the supernatural dating variety are not horribly, overage. It was probably stupid to say I felt more complete in this town. At a glance, it looked like dozens of others you could find scattered through the area. It was beautiful and sunny, and sometimes, and others, it was really eerie. That read a little bit awkward. But vampires are always super old. Yeah, but then you could always kind of argue that there will always be an age gap between vampires and mortals anyway. There's not really a way that vampires can, comfortably romance mortal beings. There'll always be like 100 years old. Even dating a 30-year-old, that's 70 years apart. Jesus Christ. There were days when the clouds hung low over the mountains. The fog was super thick through the trees, and you could almost imagine it was haunted. I hope it's some newly embraced shovelhead. Something like that. Hello there, Lord Mung, and welcome to the stream also. The truth was that I felt lost. That I felt I'd lost something in this place 5 years ago. Maybe I was only happy to be here because I felt that now I had the chance to get it back. I left the window and went back to unpacking before Mom started yelling at me to come join the battle of bubble wrapping the kitchenware. In any case, I was being annoyingly sentimental. Pine Hollow was special to me, maybe, but it wasn't special in general. That's what she says, but we know that it's actually all supernatural. It was one of those little towns with more urban legends than any reasonable person could count. Hundreds of stories about creepy happenings in the woods. And for every one of them, no matter how unlikely, there were dozens of people willing to believe it. Because they were all true! Bubble Wrap Popping Minigame, Battle of Bubble Wrap, Shiloh 1862. This is going to go down in the family history now. War never changes, especially when bubble wrap is involved. That's probably why people were so quick to leap on the oddities of my disappearances. Wait, she said that plural, disappearances. S. Did I just disappear multiple times? I thought this was just a one-time thing. They weren't really even that odd. At least, I didn't think so. The rational public wrote them off as strange but explainable. I got lost, then got unlost. Big deal. Though to be fair, the first time it happened I was 9, and when I got unlost, I was also unhurt. Even after 10 days in the woods alone, the first time, what the fuck, I am getting lost multiple times. It was definitely lucky I got home safely. It wasn't supernatural, not like some people apparently insisted. It was just the amnesia that caught people off guard, I think. I couldn't remember a thing that happened while I was missing. I still couldn't. Why am I so, set in the idea that it's not all mysterious? What? I just disappeared for, 10 days when I was 9 and I couldn't remember anything. I don't know why people thought that was weird and odd and there might be some mysterious explanation for it. But psychogenetic amnesia was a thing. What kid would want to remember being terrified in the woods for a week and a half? I don't know, seeing as you did this apparently multiple times. You forgot every time? A little bit strange. Look, it's simple. I got lost, then got unlost. It was a completely normal 10-day trip to the woods. Normal kid stuff. The type that you completely forget. Not me. Clearly. I started filling my closet with clothes and carefully lined up my shoes and boots.
I should totally get a new pair to celebrate being home. You know what getting a new house totally calls for? New shoes, yeah. I left the closet and began arranging my study things on the desk. We'd be starting back to school on Monday, after an inevitably busy weekend. Same private school we'd gone to before we left. Of course, private school, where we can meet all of the private school supernatural boys. That was the only thing I had mixed feelings about. There had just been such a fuss about my last disappearance, the one when I was 12.
Private school frat boys, exactly.
That one had been the real catalyst for everything. That had been when everything just broke.
Uh-oh, getting flashback. That means the heart eyes are just gonna float there.
I'd been missing for nearly 2 weeks. The newspapers were running dramatic and hopeless stories. There was speculation about whether I was a runaway or if it was just a ploy for attention. After all, it had happened to me before. There were search parties out every day looking for any sign of me. My parents were heartbroken. Again. Spencer was out with a search party one evening and got separated from them. They heard his scream and feared the worst, but he ran out of the woods a short time later in hysterics, clutching at one of his eyes? Then I walked out after him in a daze but unharmed. They never found anything wrong with his eye. He lost the vision in it, but no one knew the reason. He was saying a lot of crazy things at the time. No one knew if he'd hit his head or if he'd maybe gotten attacked by a stray cougar.
Never found anything wrong with his eye, but they thought he was maybe attacked by a stray cougar? I think if that second one was the reasoning, the thing that would be wrong with his eye was it was seriously physically damaged because of a cougar attack. So that doesn't seem quite fitting.
And again, I didn't remember a thing. There was a lot of public interest in the incident due to the fact that it was the second one involving our family. And me, specifically.
So I got lost twice, 2 times, that's the multiple. Maybe the cougar had surgical precision. That still sounds like there would be an explanation of why he lost his eyesight. Lost eyesight because of cougar attack. Not just like, we don't know why his eyesight's gone in that eye anymore. I don't know, shrug.
People loved mysteries, and I had given them one. If I wasn't making it up,
and I wasn't,
then what sort of trauma could give me amnesia twice? No one could do anything but speculate, endlessly. My family tried to just get on with life, but it hadn't been easy, more like impossible. There had just been too much stupid speculation and skepticism. At school, there were rumors that we'd both done the whole thing for attention, and Spencer's injury was fake, that he had a psychotic episode and tried to kill me. It was a mess.
See, his eyesight was lost. Now we just need to make it unlost. Perfect. That's the idea.
And so we just left. Ugh, why am I even thinking about this again? I shook off all those old negative thoughts. It was years ago. People had forgotten. Everything was going to be fine. I stacked the empty boxes off to the side. On the opposite side of the room, I set up my painting things. The cabinet for my art supplies was nearby, and I quickly stacked everything inside. The sunny room was going to be perfect for painting. It even faced north. I loved that they remembered that when they picked this room for me. Desiree, are you finished yet? I'm nearly done. Give me a few more minutes. I turned my attention to a small library of old books. I had all the classics, of course, all used and worn and beautiful. And of course, chat, there was lots of Shakespeare. It only took a few minutes to get the books on the shelves. I'd try to organize them properly tomorrow. Once I was finished unpacking, I gave my room a satisfied once-over before heading downstairs to help Mom unpack the kitchen. What should I do with the boxes in my room? We'll have to figure out what the recycling pickup schedule is so we can crush them and send them out. For now, just leave them. Okay. Meanwhile, can you set these out on the back porch?
She motioned to a few large, empty flower pots near the table.
Yeah, no problem. When you're back, I have a few things for you to take to the basement.
Yay.
Come on, hurry it up. Hi, Captain.
I hefted the stack of pots and managed to wobble my way to the back door with them. Navigating the door handle was a bit interesting, but I managed to get outside without breaking anything. I set them down near one of the brick columns and looked across to the overgrown backyard. Something interesting caught my eye and I hopped off the porch to go investigate. At the back, in a little hollowed out area near the fence, was a ring of white mushrooms with round caps. A fairy ring. Yes, there it is. Oh my god. Connection to the fairy realm. I smiled as I crouched down and poked one of them. Don't touch the mushrooms! We'd had one at our last house, too. Dad had tried everything to get rid of it, but it was very persistent. No matter what he treated it with, it always came back. Oh, and thank you for resubscribing for 3 months, Bipolar Berry. Very appreciated. Peepo Happy Rocks! I love rocks! Rocks truly are the greatest, huh? So are mushroom fairy rings. You know, when I was young, one of the houses I lived at, next to the fenced-in backyard area, was actually a little fairy ring. It was pretty sweet looking. You wouldn't be happy about it, but for some reason, I liked having it there. Oh, whoa, zoom in. Let me just fix this character portrait real quick. There we go. I smiled slightly, remembering playing with Spencer in our previous backyard. We'd play tag and whoever made it inside the circle first would be safe. Uh-oh, less zoom. Or we'd lay inside it and pretend we could see the fairies dancing on the mushroom tops or playing in the tree branches. I took a long, deep breath. I'm so glad to be back. What are you doing out here? Uh-oh. I sighed and stood, carefully brushing off my jeans. Why does he always have to sound so angry? Mom has more work for you to do. You know, if you have time between daydreaming and communing with nature. Is it possible for you to speak to me like I'm a human being? It would be if I was sure you were a human being. Whoa there, Spencer. What are you implying? We're druids now. Maybe that's the trick. We're not human, we're druids. I hated the way he always said things like that with a completely straight face. Is this your brother? Yes, indeed it is. Look at that expression he's got, too. He's so pouty. He's edging. Ha ha, very amusing. I assure you that sisters are indeed human. Brothers, however, I'm not sure about. Normally, one would assume he hadn't meant it literally, but I could never tell with him. Sometimes he makes sarcastic jokes, and I'm not sure if he's telling the truth or not. You know, he's saying, am I human? He said, completely literally. Are they 14? We're 17. 17 years old. We had a confirmation of the age earlier. Just get back inside. As he turned away, he snapped a foot out, kicking over a few of the mushrooms. Spencer, how could you? Look at me. Oh my god, I can't believe he just did that. Oh, this is the first choice. Here we are. I've been managing to stay pretty calm so far. I'm gonna continue. Deep breath. I continue to stay calm. I've managed it so far. Why did he always try to ruin things just because I liked them? I wanted to get angry, but then we'd just fight. I didn't want to fight with him anymore. It took all my self-control to swallow it down with irritation. I stared at the broken fairy ring and bit my lower lip. You know, in stories, fairies tend to get pretty ticked off if you mess with their stuff. A strange look passed over his face, sort of confused and fearful at once. Oh no, he's like, oh shit, I didn't consider that. What the? Because it's a fairy ring? That's what a circular formation of mushrooms is called?
whatever. He stalked back inside, leaving me by the broken fairy ring. I looked down at the crumbled mushrooms lying in it, broken bits on the grass. At least they'd grow back. It was stupid to care, but I loved those mushrooms. I hated saying something pretty messed up for a stupid reason. I hated that he had to ruin everything like some kind of creepy assassin of joy. My brother, Joy Assassin. I shoved my hands in my pockets and headed back inside. There was a quiet rustle of dried leaves behind me and I glanced back. There was nothing there. Probably a squirrel or something. Casting one last glance at the fairy ring, I stepped back into the kitchen, prepared for a list of chores to complete before dinner. I was just glad Dad was already talking about ordering pizza instead of trying to cook. That night, I had a vivid dream. It was the sense I was looking for something and that I had to find my way home. There were tall trees draped in emerald moss and groping branches that reached to the sun. This world is gonna be less kind after this ass beating, boy. Truly, that's what Spencer is in need of, huh? There was a faint singing, childish voices whose words I couldn't make out. It was a dream that left the taste and smell of warm, wet earth in my mouth as I woke. The smell quickly faded and was replaced by that of bacon and eggs as sunlight warmed my eyelids, beckoning me to wake up. Much better taste. I rolled over and snuggled deep into my blankets. Mom was already up. Tasting dirt, I know. Way better to taste bacon and eggs instead. I could hear her downstairs talking to Dad as she cooked breakfast. The prickle of sunlight against my eyelids coaxed me out of sleep and warmed my face. Desiree, I know you want sleep, but we still have a lot of unpacking to do. I'm up. Sort of. The last remnants of my dream faded as I staggered out of bed and to my closet to rummage for something to wear. It was a dream I'd had many times, though not for a while. With that sense of having to get home, I assumed it was a dream for when I'd gotten lost in the woods. From what I'd gotten spirited away, as my grandma always called it. Being back must have been dredging up some old feelings from back then. I glanced toward my half-open curtains. It looks a bit chilly this morning. I should probably find something warm. This far north, it always felt like summer simply stopped abruptly, giving way to instant autumn. Wow, that fast, huh? Yesterday when we had arrived, it had been sunny with a hint of chill, but I was betting the mornings were pretty cold. Hey, Mom says to stop fooling around and get your butt downstairs. I nearly jumped out of my skin when he walked into my room. In response, I snatched a stray sock and threw it his way. Take this, stupid. I'm getting dressed, you creep. Then shut the door. Was I changing with the door open? Fine. If you left the door open, Desiree, please. I marched across the room to slam the door in Spencer's face. I threw my clothes on and wrangled my curly hair into some semblance of a ponytail. Not exactly the height of stylishness, but we still had unpacking to do, and Mom could be a slave driver. Function over fashion, or whatever. I got downstairs in time to see Mom setting out the plates. The first breakfast in the new house. Wow, you really went all out. Bacon, eggs, even pancakes, and glorious, glorious coffee. Thank God, me, 17-year-old, of course, crazy about coffee, because that's cool. Dad walked by, munching on something, and Mom scowled at him. Sit at the table if you want to eat. Too busy. He reached for another piece of bacon, but she slapped his hand. He just grinned at her. As soon as she turned away, he grabbed the bacon and shoved it in his mouth, then fled the room. Oh, Dad. I rolled my eyes at them and was about to sit when Mom yanked my breakfast away ruthlessly. What? She pointed to several garbage bags and a box by the door. Mom, not even gonna let me eat first? Uh-oh. You said that you'd take them out last night and didn't. The bags go to the bins out front and the box goes to the tool shed out back. Both of them. Before breakfast. I haven't had my coffee, Mom. Please distance from me. Stop taking away my breakfast. Give me my morning coffee. I'll do it afterwards.
Mom, I'm hungry. I crave sustenance.
I crave sustenance. Oh, I made sad whining noises and pawed at her for my plate. Mom, please. Coffee is a human right. Come on. She wasn't buying it. Spencer swung by the table and took my plate out of her hands, snatching a slice of bacon off it and shoving it in his mouth. Spencer, you have your own plate. Like father, like son. Thanks, Mom. Looks delicious. That's mine, just so you know. He sidled past me, holding the plate just out of reach. There's plenty of food. Take the trash out, then you can eat. You are so mean. All of you. I'm gonna go cry. It was useless to argue. I already knew that. I sighed and trudged to the door, fumbling with a pair of flip-flops there before picking my poison and heading out. Well, we choose which one first. Apparently this is an important choice. Let's go out front first. I hope you know that this is cruel and unusual punishment. It's not punishment, just fulfilling obligations. Wow, because taking out the trash out is so hard. I know, cruel, very cruel. I barely got the last word in before the door slammed shut. She was big about obligations and responsibilities, but considering that Dad was much worse, I probably shouldn't complain. I headed down the short drive to where the jumbled bins were sitting just behind the mailboxes. It was a gorgeous, crisp fall morning, chilly but invigorating. And it was a real shame I was going to spend it cleaning and unpacking when I could be contacting Allie to hang out. You said you wanted hot vampire games? Does Code Vein count? Clearly, with all of the anime in it, that means every character is going to be very hot. Anime hot, close enough to vampires. We hadn't seen each other. Plus, it was like, they got that special blood power stuff. Close enough. We hadn't each seen each other in 5 years, so I was really looking forward to catching up. I just hoped I'd at least have time to call her later in the day. I was in the middle of dropping the bags into the green bin when a loud crash, followed by a few desperate curses, came from just over the wooden fence. Uh-oh, is this gonna be the first supernatural boy? More crashes and what sounded like scattering cans and plastic bottles ensued. We hadn't met the neighbors yet, so I wasn't sure I wanted to go poking my nose over the fence, but it sounded like someone was having some major issues over there. Ugh, no! There was the sound of scattering trash again. I tossed the bags in the bins and slammed the lid shut before taking a peek around the side of the fence. There was a boy about my age righting several garbage bins and hastily picking up scattered paper and plastics before shoving them in a blue container. It's not a raccoon, no, it's a boy my age. Oh, see, this is definitely the first boy we can date. Here he is, chat. This is probably definitely one of the dateable options. Need a hand? Whoa! I'd clearly startled him. In a rather spectacular display, he jumped nearly a foot in the air and somehow ended up on his butt on the ground. He stared up at me with pale green eyes. Uh-oh, do you see that at the edges of his mouth right there? Oh, dang it, my zoom isn't quite right. Hang on. There we go. Okay, you see? Peeking through there? That looks like vampire fangs. His ear looking a little bit pointed. I think he might be a vampire. It is a raccoon. Parched lips give him moisture. Oh my god. Okay, see, even commenting on his weird eyes. Pale green, very bizarre. He jumped to his feet, snatching a plastic bottle off the grass as he did so. Though it is sunny outside, are we going to find out that vampires actually don't have a problem with sun in this supernatural game?
No, I got it.
Hang on, let's see. No, I got it. Just gotta pick everything up. He dropped the bottle into the recycling bin, giving me an embarrassed smile. I sort of attacked when I was bringing the trash out.
Fair enough. I'd waged epic battle with many a trash bin myself.
They're a terrible enemy, to be sure. Could be a thin blood? Thin blood? I haven't heard that before. Is that like part vampire? And hello there, Archon, and welcome to the stream.
Oh yes, especially the blue ones. Have to watch out for those.
And thank you for following, Archon. Appreciated. They get me every time. We both laugh awkwardly. He pees glitter in sunlight. I don't know if that's something I would want to see or not. Glitter? Attractive? Cool? Pee? And thank you for following also the Consultant 37. World of Darkness Dragon, a 15th generation vampire. They start to lose their vampire powers, but also weaknesses. So they start getting too far along in vampire line.
So,
you're one of the new neighbors. One of the new? I guess there are, since we do have, multiple family members. That's why it would be one of the new neighbors.
Guilty as charged. I'm not quite charitable enough to take out the trash for complete strangers on a Saturday morning.
Nice. He gave me a quick look up and down, then immediately turned red and rubbed the back of his neck as he bent to pick up more of the scattered trash. He looked me over and was like, "Wait a second, she's hot!" And then he blushed. I mean, you know, it's nice to have someone my age move in instead of just weird old people or something.
Okay, he seemed nice. The purple hair was cool.
I didn't mind the piercings either. Yeah, that makes him very cool. I like cool boys with piercings and the like, you know. I grinned slightly.
Yeah, no weird old people over here.
Oh, by the way, I'm Elliot.
Oh, I'm Desiree.
Cool. Desiree. I will totally remember that. Ooh, Desiree. He murmured my name to himself a few times as if trying to memorize it. So, awkward silence descended. The introductions were always so weird. Where are you guys moving from?
Oh, just out of state. We used to live here a few years ago and just came back because my grandfather's sick.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Well, he's a bit better than he was, so it's okay. But we just wanted to be closer to them because of it.
Oh, makes sense. He gave me a sidelong look. So, starting here soon then? I mean, you're still in high school, right? You're still in high school. Does that mean he's graduated?
For another year. I'm a senior.
Oh, cool. Same here. Oh, he's also a senior in high school.
My brother's a senior too.
Oh, so you're like twins or something?
Yeah, lucky for you, I'm the nice one though. Lucky for you. Wink.
So your brother's the evil one?
Sadly, yeah. Spencer is evil.
Good choice of words, Elliot. Cool. Well, I mean, it's not cool that your brother is evil, but it's, cool that I lucked out and met the good twin, right? I have a stepsister. She's also kind of evil.
Oh, an evil stepsister. That's pretty classic.
Elliot is such a vampire name. True. Between you and me, we should probably make sure they never meet. They would definitely be in peril. The world would definitely be in peril. I bent down behind one of the bins to pick up some of the things he hadn't grabbed yet, smiling slightly. Oh, you don't have to do that. I don't mind, especially not for someone like you. Come on, get that, romance points obtained. I liked him. He had a cute smile. Hey, Mosey. Mozzie? I heard the voice and decided to pop my head up to see who was talking. Bad idea. Watch out! I died. They killed me. I barely even saw the football coming before it bounced off my head. Holy what? I was pretty sure I actually saw stars. My legs buckled and I immediately felt, ooh, Elliot grabbed me around the waist to keep me standing. Oh, Elliot. I watched all seasons of it at least twice of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, so I know how to kill a vampire too. That's why also Petrie knows that Elliot is such a vampire name. Basically, half the characters in that show that were vampires were named Elliot, right? Whoa, oh god, are you okay? His voice was right next to my ear. I could feel his breath coasting across my cheek. Oh no! Rapid footsteps sounded across my yard. Oh, here we go. Second boy, we're going to be able to date. He has some yellow eyes. Does this mean he's going to be werewolf? I can see, like, you know, some slight pointy teeth happening for him too. Let me just zoom. Move this over a bit. See, right there. Right. Another raccoon. Werewolf. Probably werewolf. Yeah. What if he was a raccoon werewolf, though? Doesn't look hairy enough. You haven't seen him on a full moon, Petrie. Oh. Or what should he be more like? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize there was anyone else over here. No, it's okay. I've always wondered what it would be like to have my brain knocked loose. It's quite freeing. What? That's a way to describe it, Desiree. He should have a barking voice. I want to get a barking voice. That's quite an arm you have. The new guy laughed awkwardly. How would I do a barking voice? We'll just go with the voice I have. I am so sorry. Are you okay? Should we help you inside? It wasn't exactly terrible being held by Elliot, but I decided I should probably pull away and try to stand on my own. I shook my head, trying to rid myself of the blurred vision. No, I'm good. Awkward silence descended before Elliot laughed nervously. That was kind of amazing. I laughed, then winced and reached up to touch the bump forming on my head. Basically just loud, probably. Yeah. Barking might kind of fit that sort of idea. Yeah. I turned toward him and let him examine my forehead while I stared at his strange eyes. They were such an odd shade of green. I wondered if they were contacts. I couldn't imagine anyone having eyes that color naturally. Well, you have a bump. Is that the official diagnosis, doctor? You should go put some ice on it. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. It's fine, really. Blame it on my utterly bad timing if you want. That would be a weird thing to blame it on, Desiree. I'm Danny, by the way. King of terrible first impressions. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. And by the way, Mozzie? Oh, some nickname. I blame my stepsister. Just ignore it. What are you even doing up this early? I don't usually see you before noon if I don't come over and drag you out of bed. Which is what I was about to do, by the way. Danny DeVito. Definitely. Young Danny DeVito. A night owl?
This is not what I was expecting when I opened the stream. Well, hello, Dunder, and welcome to it, the dating game where I'm romancing all of the supernaturals. We've already got 2, Elliot and Danny. You could say that. He rubbed the back of his neck again. Cute. He seemed to do that a lot when he was embarrassed. I'm not much of a morning person either. Right? Mornings suck. Too bright. Too early. I like mornings. The only good thing about mornings is coffee. That's alright. Can you stop flirting and get back in here to carry the rest of the crap out back? I flinched at the sound of Spencer's voice and shot a glare at the house just in time to see his auburn curls vanish back inside. Mozzie, as in like mosquito? They know, or Danny knows Elliot's a vampire. He calls Mozzie mosquito because of that. The evil twin? Ah, yes. Unfortunately. We're still unpacking, so I should head back in. It was nice to meet you both. Hey, where are you going to school? We're both at Stone Circle Academy. Maybe we'll see you there. Of course we're gonna see you there. What kind of dating sim would this be if we weren't all at the same school? The writing in this reminds me of fanfic writing. I think this is very on point for Atomi romance games, honestly. And hello there, Horace, and welcome to the stream. That's right. We'll be starting on Monday, so I'll definitely see you there. Nice. Don't forget to put ice on that. Vampires are just mosquitoes disguised as humans. True. I waved at them both and headed back inside. I glanced back once and saw Danny elbow Elliot and say something to him. Elliot turned red and shoved Danny's shoulder. Uh-oh. Danny's teasing him. He's like, hey, wasn't that girl fucking hot? Nudge, nudge. And Elliot's like, Danny, god damn it. He caught me watching and waved sheepishly. I waved back and went inside laughing. Exceptionally hot mosquitoes. Not wrong. Mom made a bit of a fuss over the bump on my head and insisted on an ice pack while I ate breakfast. But at the same time I finished, she was already dictating the list of chores I had to take care of when I was done. It was going to be a long, long day. Here we go. Chapter 2, Stone Circle Academy, Common Route. I don't see them anywhere. They were on the counter last night. Where are they? How the heck should I know? You never let me drive, so I don't keep up with the car keys. You two are going to be late for your first day if you don't find them soon. Not my fault. Spencer was scouring the house looking for the car keys he insisted he'd left on the counter. I was rinsing the breakfast dishes and Mom was supervising. Spencer let out an exasperated groan from near the door where he was hunting around for the keys. Ugh, where's my other shoe? Oh my god, I don't know. I don't keep up with your stuff. I think he was just saying that rhetorically. I don't think he was asking you, Desiree. I finished the dishes and wiped my hands, grabbing my book bag as I headed to the front door to see if Spencer had left the keys there instead. If I'm late because of you, we won't be late if you just help me find the keys. I wouldn't have to help you find them if you just keep up with your stuff. Who decided that all vampires have to be hot? Give me classic Nosferatu-style vampires, thank you very much. Truly, that's the kind of vampires that I want to be dating too. I stuck to the front door to check the little shelf by the cabinet there. No keys. I don't know why I opened the cabinet to check inside, but when I pulled the door open, I was confronted by Spencer's worn-out tennis shoe. Why is his shoe in here? I blinked at it in surprise. What the?
I snatched it out of the cabinet and stalked back to the kitchen. I could only imagine that my sleep-deprived mom had put it there while doing the last of the unpacking. Wondered if Spencer had checked the fridge for the keys yet. At this rate, it wouldn't surprise me if that's where they were. I found your stupid shoe. Spencer looked up from where he was rummaging through the kitchen drawers for the keys. I tossed him the shoe as it somersaulted through the air down. Something flew out and hit the floor with a decidedly metallic sound. We both looked down in surprise. The car keys were sprawled carelessly on the kitchen floor. What were the keys doing in his shoe? All right. Okay, confirmed. Clearly, there's some sort of creature in our house that's going to be messing around with our stuff. Spencer immediately glared at me. Don't look at me. I didn't put them there. It's the gnomes? Maybe there is a gnome in our house. Where did you find this? In the cabinet by the front door. I couldn't tell exactly what he was thinking, but I just shrugged. Sorry, it wasn't me. I don't know why your shoe was there, but I'm not in the mood to hear you blame me for it. He just scoffed as he set the shoe down and shoved his foot in it. He snatched the keys off the floor. Yeah, right. Mom hurried back into the kitchen. We found them. Someone put them in the front cabinet. Some gross little shoe goblin? Yeah. I don't know. I know. Don't ask me. Maybe Dad did it. Whatever. Someone probably just wasn't paying attention. You two need to leave. Now. You still have to stop and check in at the office before class. She practically shoved us both through the door. And thus came the quiet, uncomfortable drive to school. Yay. Spencer was driving our shared car and I was sitting quietly in the passenger seat because fighting over who got to drive just wasn't worth it. I hated riding with him though, but had no choice on that point. I was hoping after catching up with a couple of old friends, I might be able to start bumming a ride with one of them. In the meantime though... So, looking forward to your first day? We might not get along, but I hated awkward silences almost as much as fighting. It should not have been this painful to ride in a car with my brother for 10 minutes. Ah yes, typical Spencer response. Curt, cryptic, utterly useless for conversation. I don't know if you'd call it curt, I don't know. I take that as a no. Depends how many classes I have with you. Ugh, really? Can we not start the day like this? And can you not talk to me? I'm trying to drive here, okay? I bit my lip and stared out the window. It would have been nice if we could have, I don't know, supported each other or something, like actual siblings. We're just gonna ignore him. Fuck Spencer. He doesn't want to talk? Fine, I won't talk to him. He was always like this. I can't even with you right now, Spencer. Oh my god. I should have been used to it by now. Trying to talk to him anymore never did any good. Over the years, I'd learned that the easiest way to avoid an argument with him was just to pretend he didn't exist. Actual siblings don't support each other, though. Yeah, truly, all they do is argue. So we are clearly an average sibling pair right here. I stared out the window, watching the trees pass. I hated this. A few minutes later, we were pulling into the school parking lot. As soon as we found a space, Spencer jumped out and went straight inside, literally jumping out of the car, not even opening the door. He just leapt through the window, left the window open, and booked it inside. I grabbed my stuff and slammed the door, pausing to take a deep breath. I was not letting him ruin my day, or I'd try not to anyway. By the time I got inside, he was already walking out of the office with his schedule in hand. He didn't even look at me. I guess that was his way of letting me know I was on my own today. Not that I expected anything else.
It didn't take long to get my own schedule printed. As I left the office, still looking it over, I heard a long, familiar squeal heading my way. I couldn't keep the grin off my face when I saw Allie Fisher, the one person I'd kept in touch with the last 5 years, barreling towards me. Here's my best friend, who I apparently did keep in touch with, keep in contact of, so it won't be like we're completely different people between 12 and 17. Or at least we'll be familiar with the changes we've had in personality.
That's right! I just saw Spencer. Dang, he's pretty. I didn't think he'd get so tall.
Ew, that's the first thing you're going to say to me when we finally see each other again? Also, that's not tall. You tower over him with a good set of heels. That's one long hallway? I mean, come on. We've got to have lots of space for all the classes, all the classrooms, and the lockers, of course.
Oh, come on. He's not my brother. I'm allowed to admire him.
She grinned and grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the office and down the hall. You're gross, and your crush on him is super weird.
Nope, like I said, I'm allowed.
Ellie, trust me when I say this, you can do better.
No, I don't think so. In fact, I'm thinking later today I need to catch up with Spencer a bit.
The first thing you start talking about with your best friend, how she wants to date your brother, and how it's not weird to be into him. I say again, ew. She just laughed at my discomfort. I couldn't keep the smile off my face as we walked together. We'd kept in touch, but this was my first time actually seeing her in a long time. Draw an L on her forehead, on Allie's forehead, because she's a loser. I can't believe she's into my brother. Oh, missed. Oh, well. Back.
So, how's the unpacking going? I was going to call this weekend, but I figured you'd be busy.
We're nearly done. Mom's been a total slave driver. It's kind of scary.
I remember how she is. I actually thought about coming over to help, but, well, then I remembered how she is.
You're the worst friend.
Nah, I'm a great friend, and I'm super glad you're back. Oh, this is gonna be a great year.
I'm glad to be back too.
Oh, before anything else, I do have to warn you about...
Uh-oh. Here, question marks? Warning me about someone? That's going to be another boy. Let's see him. I heard you were back in town. That voice. I shot Allie a look and she gave me an apologetic smile in return. So this was what she was going to warn me about? Whoa. Oh no. Okay. This is not another boyfriend. This is another friend. Kara from Pine Hollow.
Hope you managed to stick around for the full year. Wouldn't want you to end up getting lost again as soon as you get back in town.
Well, there goes the idea that people had forgotten about that. Alright, we're gonna talk back to her. I don't intend to get lost anywhere. If you want to, though, I can definitely give you directions. From beside me, Ellie snickered quietly but said nothing. I really couldn't believe Kara was still bitter over that incident. I got that my last disappearance had disrupted her little concert, and that she and her mother had always had big aspirations regarding her musical career. Oh, so she's a musician, huh? But it's not like I'd ruined things on purpose, and I hadn't exactly asked everyone to ditch the concert and join the manhunt for me. Is that a dude? I'm a dude. I think Kara here is a girl, yes. Though, she is, like, on that bridging sort of The word escapes me. Oh well. Sort of on the line between looking feminine and also having some masculine qualities here. I knew it had to have sucked, but I had apologized, and I was getting tired of apologizing for something I couldn't even fully remember. Anyway, they're pretty strict on attendance these days. The teachers aren't too keen on people who just take off for attention whenever they want, so you might want to be careful. No one is going to believe convenient amnesia either. Not this time. Androgynous. That is the word I'm looking for. Thank you. She walked past with a glare aimed my way. I let out a long sigh. Well then, what a thing to come back to. My family had moved away before we had a chance to work things out, but maybe I should have tried to mend fences with her before we got back. To be fair, I hadn't expected her to still be mad. As it was, that was just another thing to feel guilty for. At the very least, I was sorry that her relationship with Allie soured. Her relationship with Allie soured because of me as well. They clearly weren't exactly buddies anymore either. Yeah, and hello there, Kiwi, and welcome to the stream. Sorry about that. I was just getting around to warning you about her. She's been cranky ever since we heard you were moving back. Ellie pulled me down the hall in the opposite direction of Kara. Don't apologize. I can't believe she's mad. Normal people don't get mad about things like that. Well, you know, she thinks I was trying to mess things up for her intentionally because I was jealous. Or whatever. That's ridiculous. Maybe, but she wasn't the only one. Half the town thought it was just some cry for attention, remember? I think disappearing for like a week and a half is a little bit more than just a cry for attention. You know, maybe I could understand that they pinned it on that if I was missing for like, you know, a day, an afternoon. But a week and a half. That seems like a little bit much to say, like, what, you disappeared for 10 days? That's just a cry for attention. Oh my god. Oh, whatever. Anyone who knew you at the time should have known better. That includes Kara. That's when Spencer started hating me too. So maybe they know something I don't. I gave her a tired smile. Come on, perk up. You can't look all grumpy on your first day. I know. So, what's your first class? Literature, Mrs. Roberts. Oh, same! I was relieved. Being around someone who actually wanted me there might make my morning suck a little less. You'll love her. Come on. She dragged me the rest of the way to class. I immediately scanned for certain unfriendly faces, but was relieved that neither Spencer nor Kara was anywhere to be seen. I did see some other familiar faces though. Oh, Danny, Elliot, both of them. They were sitting at the far side of the room, surrounded by a group of friends who seemed to be taking great pleasure in prodding Elliot awake every time he nodded off. Oh yeah, that L! Let me just, there we go. He is definitely not a morning person. Elliot's purple hair and black clothes stuck out like a sore thumb among Danny and the rest of the clean-cut, sporty guys. There's no lesson? Now there's no lesson? Math things. 1 + 1 equal to question mark. 3 × 3 equal to question mark. And we'll do a 4 divided by 2 is equal to question mark. There we go. We've got the math lessons on the board. This is math. Wait, they said this was English class. English things. There we go. See, you just label it as English things and perfect. It's still, that's
still English, right? You just gotta read it out. I got the feeling Danny was the main reason he was in that group. Unlike Elliot, who looked out of place, Danny fit in perfectly. I couldn't help but wonder how those two had become friends. They were so different. Oh, okay. So we could talk to one of the boys or introduce ourselves to the teacher. Now, come on. We gotta go meet the teacher because if we talk to one of the boys now, clearly we would start getting too close to them. And I want to be able to see all my boy options first. We go introduce ourselves to the teacher. I made a mental note to catch up with them both later. Before I could get much further into the class, Ellie grabbed my arm and started dragging me toward where the teacher was waiting at the front of the classroom. Come on, I'll introduce you before class starts. I'm coming. Please don't rip my arm off. Ellie introduced me to Mrs. Roberts, who gave me a quick rundown of what the class was studying at the moment. A Midsummer Night's Dream. I'd read it last year, actually, so catching up wouldn't be that difficult. Book. Romance. Things? There we go. Oh, I want teacher to be a bloated walking corpse. Probably teacher's not going to get a portrait because she's not important. She's not cute boy or friend, so no portrait for her. Teacher is a non-entity, can't date them, don't even show them. Exactly. I'd read that last year actually, so catching up wouldn't be that difficult. We have an empty seat at the front of the class and several at the back. You may take your pick. She shot me a friendly smile that made me feel quite at ease. I suspected that I'd like her. And welcome back to the Stone Circle, Miss Cox. Thanks. I'm really glad to be back. Unfortunately, none of the seating options were near people I knew, which was a little disappointing. Does that mean I'm gonna sit next to a new boy? It looks like she has everyone paired up for group work. The seat up front was next to a sort of grumpy-looking, well-dressed blonde. He didn't look extremely friendly. Yes, this means new boy. Here we go. We're gonna have 3 of the dateable boys in a single classroom. See? Look at him. Oh my god, look at that ear point. Is he also going to be a vampire or supernatural of some other kind? There was also 2 empty seats of paired desks at the back and 1 open seat next to a gloomy boy with messy brown hair. He didn't even look up at Mrs. Roberts as Mrs. Roberts explained my choices. He looks like an elf. He could just be a straight elf. He doesn't have to be a vampire. That's true. Won't be able to determine that until we know, if we befriended him and found out more later. Oh, it looks like this is probably another dateable boy, seeing as he got a portrait. However, no obvious supernatural sort of qualities like the other boys have had. Does this mean he's more discreet supernatural? Or is he just normal mortal boy? You like his scarf? It is a pretty good scarf on him. Except the numbers on his face? Nah, it's nothing. I'll just erase probably everything off the board here. I'll just do that and redraw my heart eyes. We'll draw them smaller so it's easier to see my eyebrows when I change expression. There we go. Those numbers on his face are suspicious. Maybe he's a math wizard. He does look like Harry Potter, oh my god. All he would need, wait. The resemblance is uncanny. And hello there, Muro Pass, and welcome to the stream.
Let's see, the only other seat was on the second to last row by the window. It was tempting to be honest, but I should probably take a seat that at least gives me a reading partner. Both options just looked like so much fun. All right, well, let's take a seat at the front. I didn't want to make a terrible impression on Mrs. Roberts, especially considering literature was one of my favorite subjects. Does wizard count as supernatural boy? I think it should count as a supernatural boy, you know? I mean, because pretty much our comparison is like human, not human. I'd say supernatural is anything not human. And probably now should get rid of those glasses so that they're not just hanging around in open space. And hello there, the consultant, and welcome to the stream now that you're talking in the chat. I opted for the seat in the front and just hoped the blonde wasn't as cranky as he looked. I smiled a little nervously as I slid into the chair next to him. Look, he's able to just make his glasses floating in midair. He's a real wizard. That's what happened, definitely. His eyes swept over me, lingering for just a few seconds on my face before he looked away. He didn't say anything or introduce himself. Don't call out my lurking. Oh, okay, sorry about that. Friendly. Today we'll be continuing our reading of A Midsummer Night's Dream with your partners. Mark, if you would be so good to share your book with Desiree today. Oh, sounds like his name's Mark, and I'm not seeing any vampire teeth here from his opened mouth. See, totally clear of any points. So I don't think he is a vampire. So wait. Okay, so the idea proposed, what if he's an elf? What if he's a fairy? And they're just able to hide their wings, you know, pop them in and out whenever it's convenient, inconvenient. He's Link? Oh my god. Hang on, let me redraw that a bit better. You know, just like that. Definitely Link, right here. He's even got his little Navi friend with him. Caco, happy birthday. Not my birthday, but hello there, reanimated bit. I know you're actually saying this because it's actually your birthday. Happy birthday to you, reanimated bit. What if he's two little people stacked on each other? Good point. I'm not sure. I didn't consider that possibility. It's every American's birthday? True, I guess it is the 4th of July. I heard an almost audible sigh from the boy next to me. To his credit, he tried for a gracious smile. He got an A for effort, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Smiling with just his mouth, not his eyes. Fake smile. I sighed inwardly. Maybe I should have just taken the seat at the back. Happy birthday, freedom people. Truly, happy birthday, freedom people in chat. Maybe he's just shy. That could be the case. He's just, you know, a little bit unsure, a little bit awkward, so he was clearly rather put out at having to deal with me. But it was too late to pick up and move now. Or he's, you know, tsundere, whatnot. He's like, oh, flip hair. You baka. And then inside his mind, he's like, oh my god, she's so cute. He's thinking about breaking pots. That would make sense for Link. I just have to make the best of it. His true passion, pot breaking.
the plant in the background, lurking, at risk of being destroyed. Mark pushed his playbook between us and turned his chair slightly toward mine. I hope you don't mind sharing with me for today. Or, let's see. He is the real edgy boy here. So, let's see. He looks almost like wealthy. What kind of voice? Well, we'll just go with what I had. He sounded slightly less annoyed than he looked. I was hoping that was a good sign. I don't mind. Mrs. Roberts will likely have your reading material ready for you by tomorrow. It's not a problem. I studied this play last year, so I think I still remembered a good bit of it. Besides that, it was in my selection of Shakespearean works, and I'd read it multiple times. Oh yeah! I remember when I was unpacking those books, and apparently I have a collection of Shakespeare. So, and apparently then, I've read it multiple times. I had to read it last year, and I actually reread it every other month. I see. I have some trouble retaining Shakespeare and pinning down the larger themes in his works, so perhaps you'd be willing to help me with that. Since we started this unit, my scores haven't been as good as they could be. Oh, no problem. I love Shakespeare, so I'm really familiar with his style and all. I don't mind helping. Maybe I was wrong about him being cranky. He seems nicer than I expected. Not smart enough. Yeah, poor Mark. Oh. Hello there, monster, and welcome to the stream. I see. In that case, I'll be looking forward to your expert opinions as we read. Something about the way he said that made it sound more like sarcasm. Chose not to respond. At least for now. No reason to make a bad impression on the first day. What? Still zoomed in? Well, come on, if I zoomed out, you wouldn't be able to see his hat. Oh, wait, it's still layered properly. Oh, perfect. But do you even really need to see the text? Come on, it does give you a good view of his, I think you mean beautiful face, by the way, not stupid. I nervously tucked my hair behind my ear and leaned closer to look at the book. No, but I need to see the classroom rules. True. I could always zoom in on those instead. Even if he's being sarcastic, he's not going to find a better study partner than me. So there. As I leaned toward him, I couldn't help but notice the expensive-looking watch on his left wrist, not to mention his clothes, and actually, everything he wore sort of reeked of money. Romance Mark, get the cash. This is the cash money route. There was nothing wrong with that. But now that I was leaning so close to him, I realized money apparently reeked like really nice cologne. You know, the kind that made you want to bury your face in someone's neck and just melt into them? Yeah, I don't know if I would describe it that way, Desiree. I think I'm blushing over here. Is that blush picturing that? Whoa there, Desiree. Get the cash and fucking dash from all of the rupees he's stolen from his broken pots. Oh my god. That certainly is an eyebrow he has. Yeah, it's very powerful. I tried to not let it distract me. Down, girl. You're not going to make a good impression on anyone if you start sniffing people on the first day. Desiree, calm down! I had no idea how I was going to focus on reading when sitting next to him was apparently going to be a constant heavenly assault on my olfactory sense, because it was hard not to pay attention to the cologne, at least from this distance. Who thinks like that? This girl, apparently she is incredibly hoarding as a result of smells. Mark was definitely from a wealthy family. He wouldn't be the only one in the academy, because that was for sure. But most didn't wear their wealth so obviously. Then again, he probably didn't think he was being obvious about it or anything. She is Edward Cullen? Hell. I cleared my throat awkwardly. So, where did you leave off reading last time? It was just beginning Act 3. Then we'll just pick up there. Naturally. Come to think of it, I had to wonder why he was sitting alone if he had so much trouble with this subject, especially when there was another person in the class with no partner. Maybe Mark's original partner moved or something? As I shifted to look at the far page of text, my elbow brushed against Mark's arm. Romance. I had barely touched him, but he jumped slightly and jerked himself away, moving his arm awkwardly across his desk as if to completely get out of my airspace. He does not like being touched. Sorry? What is that about? When I glanced up at him, his brows were knit together, eyes practically boring a hole into the book. Oh, he's embarrassed too. He's like, oh my god, a hot girl touched me. Inside his mind, he's actually going like, ah, you know? It's all right. His tone was terse and he didn't look up when he spoke. I raised an eyebrow as I studied him. Sure, some people weren't keen on physical contact, but that had been a little dramatic. He doesn't want cooties, maybe that's the trick. He probably heard her sniffing his cologne and is creeped out. That's the real reason. Oh my god. Alright then. Moving on, I guess. So, this is where Bottom and the others are rehearsing, right? Mark nodded, but said nothing else. Man, a few words, I see. For the next 45 minutes, we took turns reading. He stumbled over the lines, frowning intensely at the playbook the entire time. He said he'd been looking forward to my expert opinions, but he didn't exactly give a chance for me to share them. He wasn't really unfriendly, but he was definitely keeping his distance. Literally. From the moment I touched his arm, he did his best to stay well out of my personal space. Or keep me out of his, maybe. Awkwardly so, actually. It was to the point of him noticeably leaning away from me while we read. He's like, oh. So we commented about his cologne and how it was extremely attractive and smelled very nice. What if he was thinking the same thing about us? So sorry I offended you, Your Highness. I take back what I thought about your heavenly cologne. So, there. I lie to myself. He's an incubus. Oh no. The bell eventually rang, eliciting a sigh of relief from us both. Mark immediately stood up and slid his books into a leather satchel. He nodded stiffly and headed out of the class. I watched him go, curious about what his deal was. He was standoffish and acted like I'd nearly burned his flesh off just by brushing his arm. Mysterious? Is that really the word that you would use to describe someone who you felt was acting that way? Was he shy? Did he just not like commoners like myself? I'm making a lot of assumptions here. Calm down, Desiree. Maybe I smell weird to him. I resisted the urge to sniff my sleeve just to be sure. A little bit smell-obsessed at the moment, Desiree. Well, whatever. It was just one guy in one class. He could be as unsociable as he wanted. I checked my class schedule and groaned as I realized trigonometry was next. I'd have to ask Allie about Mark later. Knowing her, she'd probably have tons of juicy details to share. I was pretty sure trigonometry was on the same floor as literature, but it had been several years since I was last here, and I'd never actually come to the high school wing. I wasn't entirely sure where I was going. Why is it so crowded? I was jostled across the hall by a crowd, trying to aim for a nearly empty spot by an open door. Prepare to crash into a boy, chat. Here we go. I reached at the same time as a pale-haired girl in a blue coat. Or a girl, that's pretty close. We nearly ran into each other, but she caught me by the shoulders, preventing an embarrassing collision. Whoa. Careful. Wait, that voice, that's a guy. No? Okay, apparently it is a girl. And what? Because of the way I'm dressing and because they have long hair, I called them a girl? Come on. I stared up at him, somewhat in awe. He was so pretty. This guy looks like a wizard. He looks like an ice wizard. As a guy with long hair, I am offended. Yup. How could a guy be that pretty? 2 question marks. I am very much questioning this. Schmerlin. Yep, basically a beautiful Merlin guy. He smiled down at me. That means he's taller than I am.
Are you okay? Didn't mean to nearly crash into you.
Oh, yes, sorry, I'm okay. I quickly straightened and tried to get my bearings. I don't remember it being this. Oh, watch it! Someone nearly sheared my nose off with his backpack. I didn't think they even heard me shout. My nose, I've almost got denosed. That would be incredibly bad because I love to smell things. Is it always this crowded between classes? Jeez. Ugh, hey, can I ask you where?
Wish me luck.
Before I could finish, the boy bounded away from the wall and oh no? I squeezed my eyes shut as he nearly bowled over 2 brunettes twice his size? What's going on? I expected him to bounce off and go sprawling, but he somehow managed to dodge and bowl over someone smaller than him instead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
I watched him fuss over the girl for a few seconds before hurrying off down the hall, squeezing his way through the crowd. What's going on? He seemed pretty popular. Everyone waved and called to him as he bounced through. It didn't take long to learn that his name was Corvin, if only because people kept shouting it as they said hello. He's bouncing off the walls and he's like, everyone's like, hey, Corvin, what's up, man? Oh my God, is that Corvin? Oh, he's so cute. I love Corvin. Corvin. Everyone is all about Corvin over here. He is a merman, can't walk well, so he's just bounding around, falling down on people. Holy hell. That's an unusual name. As I got ready to brave the tide of students myself, I noticed a book had fallen in the middle of the hallway, right where Corvin had run into the girl. That wasn't a person, chat. That was a changeling. You know, entirely possible. The game's name itself is Changeling. Oh shoot, did he drop that? No one else appeared to have noticed it there. I hesitated for a moment. I didn't want to just leave it, but I was really doubtful of my ability to get across the hall and pick something up off the floor without getting steamrolled by the crowd. And I was going to be late if I waited until the hall cleared to get it. Still, it was going to get damaged if I just left it in the middle of the floor. All of these teenagers not caring where they're walking would clearly just walk right over any book there. Should probably either return it to Corvin or get it to the office. Clearly, we're just going to dive straight into the sea of students and hope for the best. I'm ready to crash and for another boy to pop out and assist me. Someone clipped the edge of the book with their foot as they walked past, sending it sliding across the tile toward the end of the lockers. I couldn't watch anymore. At this rate, it would be ruined. I shifted my backpack slightly and practically threw myself into the crowd. If Pretty Boy could do it, so could I. That's what I'm gonna call him then, Pretty Boy? Time to die. Uh-oh. I get steamrolled by the crowd, and that's the end of the playthrough. Death by trampling. It wasn't quite as easy as he made it seem. Probably because he was at least 6 inches taller than me. Oh my God. Not that I was short or anything. It was just really crowded. I jostled my way through the hurried students, nearly losing an eye to a wayward backpack at least once. Though then again, actually, if he was at least 6 inches taller than me, and I was average girl height at 5'4", and he was average guy height at 5'10", we would just both be average. 6 inches above 5'4" is 5'10". So, when I was finally near the other side of the hall, I made a sort of dive around the corner for the book. A head of white blonde hair came into my field of view a few seconds too late. Uh-oh, white blonde? That means we're gonna crash into Corvin then. Imagine how many haunted books are in this school, enough to kill us all. All of the poor books trampled to death. I wasn't able to halt my momentum before our skulls cracked against each other. Uh-oh. Oh my god, that Band-Aid. Oof. Oh! I crouched on the floor, seeing stars as I clutched my head. Second head trauma. Got hit by football, got hit by other head. I hope I'm doing alright. Pretty boy was back, and his head must have been made of titanium. Jeez. Maybe I need to start wearing a helmet. Ow!
Oh my god, are you okay? Are you okay? I didn't see you.
Wow. He was 2 for 2 when it came to running into me at this point. If he kept this up, I was going to have to start considering the possibility that either he and I were soulmates or I'd somehow become magnetized in the last 10 minutes. Common trope, of course. Crash into person. Boom. Romance. All these boys are head injury illusions? Maybe. You know? At the very... That means that the only real people are like... No. The only real person is Elliot. I didn't see Danny until I got hit with the football. So, at least his appearance could be entirely in my head. The girl in the corner is just Caco. What the hell, dude? This game is made for you. I know. Petri commented that at the start, too. I blinked rapidly, waiting for my vision to come back fully before I answered. A pair of large hands closed on my shoulders and started shaking me.
Are you alright? Can you see me? Do I need to get you to the office?
Ugh, please stop shaking me.
Sorry, you just weren't answering, so I was worried.
He's got the Yahweh hands. I don't want him to have the Yahweh hands, because then if he's Yahweh, how am I supposed to date him? He wouldn't want to date a girl if that was the case. Not soulmates. He devours souls to hide his true nightmarish form. Ooh. Devour me, Corvin. Wink. I rubbed my forehead and peered at the blonde boy with one eye. We stared at each other for a long time. He really had the most amazing green eyes. You complained about Elliot's eyes earlier, but his are fine?
Shoot! I dropped my glasses.
He suddenly started looking around wildly for the glasses that were right by his knee. Oh, just like Velma. I picked them up and handed them over. We've also had a lot of green-eyed people. My eyes are... Well, hang on. My eyes are green over here. Vampire Boy's eyes were green. This guy's eyes are green. That's 3 for 3. We're getting a lot of green eyes around here. Yeah, I had to remove the hearts. You can't see them when they're there. He shoved them onto his face and looked at me again, smiling this time. I think you dropped a book earlier. I was trying to get it so I could return it to you.
Oh yeah, I just came back for it, and...
He blinked suddenly, giving me another long look.
When did you see me drop it?
Earlier, when you ran into that girl.
Oh, right. It was kind of crowded though. You must have a good eye.
Well, I was watching since we'd nearly run into each other and you sort of Geronimo'd out into the crowd right afterward.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That happened like 2 minutes ago. We nearly ran into each other over there too. I guess our meeting was meant to be. Thanks for trying to save my book. That was sweet.
He shoved it into his backpack before standing and offering me his hand. I took it and pulled myself to my feet, if only because I was still a bit dizzy from that epic headbutt. Thanks. He didn't immediately let go of my hand, but instead pulled me slightly closer, peering very seriously into my eyes. Whoa! My face heating up again under his scrutiny.
What's your name?
Oh, I'm Desiree. I tried to pull my hand away and he instantly released it, smiling slightly. He reached up and gently brushed my hair away from my cheek. Whoa there! trying to find excuses to touch my face. A little too familiar. We kind of just met here, Corvin. He chuckled softly. Well, I'm glad to have met you, Desiree. Before he could say much else, he was called away by another boy and darted off, leaving me staring after him. Whoa, just what was that? Holding hands with someone on the first day? Whoa, I'm impressed. I shook myself out of that daze and glared at Allie. You weren't holding hands. It was just helping me stand. Right. Whoa, what happened to your head? Oh, that guy, I think his name's Corvin. Well, he and I sort of ran into each other. I don't trust this one. Corvin? I don't know, he seems pretty friendly. Trust every boy. If you don't trust them, how are you supposed to date them? Nice. Yeah, if you're going to find a crazy way to introduce yourself to a guy, going with something classic works. Yeah, I did not just bash my head into him just to meet him, okay? Right. But he's pretty cute, yeah? I rolled my eyes. Whatever. Can you show me where the trig is before we're both late? Ugh, you still stuck with directions? Come on. My next two classes were fairly boring, at least when it came to academic content. When it came to social interaction, though, it was a different story. Ooh. First of all, Corvin was in trigonometry. He didn't seem to notice me at all, though. Not that I was surprised. I had definitely been right about him being popular. He was surrounded by others before class started. The crowd around Danny in literature was nothing compared to the amount of people vying for Corvin's attention. It was a little weird, actually. It's going to be like an anime with all the girls around him going, oh my god, Corvin, we love you. And then they have a fan club for him, and all the guys are like, yo, Corvin, up top, dude. High-fiving each other. On top of that, he was a complete and total klutz. He dropped his pencil a dozen times, tripped over his own feet, and at one point somehow landed on another student's desk face first. And yet he was like totally bouncing off the walls, getting through the crowd earlier? It's a harem anime and you're in the harem, uh-oh. At most schools, he probably would have been a laughingstock, but not so much here. Why would he be a laughingstock elsewhere, but not here? In fact, the other students sort of fawned over him every time he hurt himself. 3 different people offered to escort him to the nurse for an ice pack after he fell. Sounds like his clumsiness isn't much of a negative character trait then. It just serves to make him even cooler to people. He is a demon? Uh-oh. He was kind of an airhead, but I guess he must have been really, really nice to have that many friends and admirers. It was probably cynical to think it might just be the way he hemorrhaged compliments. Corvin's antics aside, Spencer was in both trig and chemistry. Ugh. Brother. I couldn't help but wonder how having 2 classes with me must have impacted how good a day he was having. And if watching him alternate between glaring and pretending I didn't exist wasn't bad enough, Kara was also in chemistry with us. Oh no. The moment she saw me and gave me a smug little grin, I knew something was up. So I was a little apprehensive going into class. It was sad we hadn't managed to patch things up, but I was ultimately okay with her not liking me. I wasn't okay with her trying to pick fights and cause problems just for the sake of doing it, though. And thank you for following Heel Burb. Appreciated. And it didn't take long to work out what she was up to. I hadn't even gotten to my desk when 2 people who introduced themselves as Luke and Emery practically set up camp nearby to pepper me with questions about the whole childhood disappearing act. Great. I didn't remember either of them, so I didn't think there were students who were at the school when it happened, and yet, they definitely gotten a pretty detailed version of what had happened from somewhere. Damn it, Kara. Whoa.
We're coming across a lot of boys. How many of these are dateable? Because it said that I believe that there are 6 people we can date. And I think we've already come across 6 people. So, do you really not remember what happened to you while you were missing? I heard you were attacked by a bear or something. Someone said you were the only witness to a murder out there, but none of the other victims were ever found. Do you think you blocked it all out because of the trauma? Maybe it meant 6 at once? Maybe that's the real trick in everyone otherwise who has a portrait I am able to date. Is it true the police questioned you guys because they thought you tried to kill each other? I shot Spencer a quick look at that one. Is that how you got injured or whatever? Spencer was gritting his teeth, glaring at me. Ugh, not good. I could practically see the red flashing light above his head declaring a level 7 nuclear event warning was imminent. Is there any way we can just not talk about this? Come on, we're just curious. I sighed, trying to figure out a diplomatic way to tell them to shut the heck... Oh my god, shut the heck up before my brother had a meltdown. What? Language! Desiree, please! It was a really long time ago. We had just gotten back into a town and I'm trying to settle in. There isn't much to tell anyway, but I'd rather we not talk about it all the same. You'll get banned from school saying heck like that. Oh my god. Everyone, please take your seats. At the teacher's words, everyone reluctantly retreated, leaving Spencer and me alone. I was trying to look anywhere but him. I honestly hadn't expected anyone to bring this stuff up again. My gaze fell on Kara, who was still giving me that same smile. Of course, if someone was intentionally trying to bring it up again, then it was no wonder people were interested. I sighed. Trying to stir rumors up using that, of all things, was literally the most pointless endeavor. Fortunately, by the time class released, everyone seemed more interested in getting to the cafeteria before the lines got too long. School drama. School drama never changes. Or maybe the average student's attention span wasn't long enough to remember that Spencer and I had an interesting backstory. Regardless, the class emptied quickly, which left me to find my way back to the cafeteria alone. Fortunately, it didn't take me long. I just had to follow the smell of hot dogs and sweaty feet. Allie was nowhere in sight, so I just grabbed a sandwich and found an empty spot to eat alone. Yay. I barely sat down when someone else plunked a tray of food directly across from me. Ooh, it's the guy we did not sit next to earlier. I looked up, hoping to see Allie, but instead saw the messy-haired boy from literature. Oh, what was his name again? Oh, alright. Sorry, this is where I usually sit. They don't like it if I sit somewhere else. They? You mean your friends? Are they coming too? Should I move? He looked down at me with gentle brown eyes and a serious expression. No, no one else is coming. Poor Harry Potter boy. Then who are the they you were referring to? I didn't ask that though, and he just sat down quietly and started eating without looking at me. I studied him surreptitiously while trying to eat. He was a little disheveled and gloomy. He definitely seemed shy, or maybe just socially awkward. I wasn't sure which. He definitely wasn't much for talking though. Heavy silence descended on us. I lamented silently of how much I hated awkward silences. Then say something, Desiree. There you go, thank you. So, I'm Desiree. We had one class together, so it couldn't hurt to at least properly introduce myself, right? He's a goblin? Goblin would probably be more interesting than some of the other supernatural creatures, you know? Vampire, typical, elf, seen them, werewolf, dime a dozen. Goblins, however. William. When he looked up, I was startled by the sad look on his face. It's good that you didn't sit by me in class. You shouldn't sit here tomorrow either. What the heck? Who says that kind of thing?
Why would he even say something like that out of nowhere? I couldn't help but wonder if it was because of Kara stirring things up. Who knew what all she had been saying to people? How do I even respond to that? I just looked away, biting my lip to stop myself from saying something unnecessarily angry. What about gnomes? I wouldn't mind dating a gnome, but I would have to find one to date. What if he is a gnome instead of a goblin? Gnomes aren't very common to date. But hello there, homeless David, and welcome to the stream. Is he cursed? If he's Harry Potter, yes. I guess I won't. I sat silently for a few minutes before I stood abruptly and grabbed the tray with my sandwich. I wasn't sure why people were so intent on being jerks to me on my first day, but I wasn't really in the mood to put it up with it anymore. Here, Desiree is interpreting it as other people being mean to me when it's pretty obvious it's the case that it's more like he over here is being bullied himself and is unpopular, so by sitting with him would make me unpopular by extension. But if I stayed, something unnecessarily angry was inevitable. I'm done. Bye. William jumped to his feet. What? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way, I just... With a sudden jolt, my lunch tray flipped out of my hands. Bread and sandwich guts went flying everywhere as it cartwheeled through the air before slamming into the floor and skidding about 10 feet. I stared after it in shock. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have... I'm sorry, you should stay away from me. Uh-oh. Does he have magic powers? He's accidentally magically knocked the tray out of my hands. Dorky by proxy, exactly. He picked up his things and fled the room, leaving me standing there, gaping at the mess on the floor. He's a gremlin. Everything goes wrong around him. That explains it. He hadn't hit the tray. I definitely hadn't thrown... There you go. Okay, all right. Harry Potter is indeed Harry Potter. Confirmed. What just happened? The entire cafeteria was dead quiet. I could practically feel their eyes on me. Even Spencer was staring from across the room. Why? Why is everyone staring at this? Is it really that exceptional? Our eyes met, and it's not like I was expecting him to ask if I was okay or anything, but he just calmly went back to eating as if he didn't know me. I left the mess on the floor and ran out of the cafeteria, already so over the day. Nothing was going the way I thought it would. I met all of these cute boys, but then the tray got knocked out of my hands and I had 2 classes with Spencer and 1 with Kara. Truly, this day has been the worst of days. The rest of my day was uneventful. I only had to talk about my incidents in, well, every class. It was the same battery of questions every time. Did I really lose my memory? What did I really see in the woods? Why did Spencer get questioned by the police? Did he really get attacked by an animal or was it me? Did I see a murder? Was I abducted by aliens? Oh my god, what if one of the people we could date was an alien? That's the real supernatural route. I still couldn't believe someone actually asked me the last one, in a non-ironic way. I made a mental note to stay far, far away from that kid. I couldn't avoid talking about it every time. Some students were relentless. Eventually, I just settled into the same rote answers. Yes, I really lost my memory. No, I didn't know what I saw, but I was pretty sure it wasn't murder. The police were trying to cover all their bases, but Spencer had nothing to do with it. He really was attacked by something, but it wasn't me. And as far as I was aware, no aliens were involved. Most people opted to leave me alone when they realized they weren't going to get any juicy details out of me, so otherwise there were no major problems. At any rate, no one else decided to be blatantly rude to me. What I really wanted to do was grab Allie and talk to her about what happened at lunch, but I didn't get a chance. I mean, she knew that guy better than I did. At the very least, she could tell me if it was just me or if they treated everyone that way. But we didn't have any afternoon classes together, and I hadn't seen her in the hall either. It was a little lonely, to be honest, especially since the day was such a mixed bag. I knew I'd settle in. I knew the rumors would die out no matter how much Kara or anyone else tried to stir them up. There was just nothing to really talk about anyway. I knew first days were usually kind of rough, but I couldn't deny I'd been hoping for better. My head was pounding by the time I made my way to my locker and dumped the last of my newly assigned textbooks in it. I stood quietly for a moment, head leaning against the side as I geared myself up for the tense ride home. Hey, Desiree. I turned hesitantly at the sound of my name, but sighed in relief when it was only Elliot, someone I doubted was going to pick a fight or interrogate me. I say when he walks up and starts interrogating me for a murder. I gave him a tired smile. Whoa, you okay? You look, kind of pale. Are you feeling sick? I'm fine. You sure? You're looking kind of anemic. I'm not anemic, just tired. It was a long day. Yeah, I heard, a lot of people were talking about you and your brother all day. Yeah, tell me about it. I slammed my locker and hefted my book bag to my shoulder. I also saw what happened at lunch. Yeah, about that. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm not mad at anyone over that. Are you sure? Yeah, like I said, it wasn't a big deal. Okay, just don't take it personally, okay? Everyone here has their stories. Know what I mean? That's very, mysterious to phrase it that way. I suppose I should know that but I suppose I should know that better than anyone. And don't worry about people talking about you. They'll stop soon. Probably. Encouraging. Well, I couldn't complain. He was trying to cheer me up, and that was sweet. Sure they will. I rubbed my head and gave him another exhausted smile. I should go. The evil twin is probably already waiting impatiently for me. Okay. I have a club meeting I need to go to. I really hope you feel better. Ooh, does this mean I'm gonna be able to join a club with one of the boys? It'll be like, this boy's part of this club, this boy's part of this club. Pick a club and romance the boys some more. Pretty close responses, not? This makes it harder to pick when responses are really close like this. It makes it difficult to decide what to pick. It's one thing where it's like, yo, talk to this guy or this guy. Like, very obvious, clear paths. This one? I'll be fine, don't worry about me. Or, have fun at your club. I'll just opt for the second option, I think. Have fun at your club. Okay, well, have fun at your club then. Maybe I should try to enter a club too. See? Join a club with a boy. Well, it's not really the sort of club you have fun at usually, but I'll try. He waved and darted off down the hall toward the stairwell. What sort of club isn't meant for fun? I wondered if the office had a list of clubs I could register for. Of course, I'd have to coordinate with Spencer or get a ride from someone, so I might want to wait until I was a little more settled in. But it might be nice to get involved in something during my last year. At any rate, I made my way outside, keeping an eye out for Spencer as I went. I wasn't looking forward to the drive home at all, but this time I'd just stay quiet. I don't think I can handle another argument today. My nerves were already pretty frayed. Like an emotional trauma support club, truly. Maybe that should be something I opt for. I jogged across the front lawn toward the parking lot in spite of my head. If anything, Spencer complaining that I'd made him wait would just make my headache worse anyway. I immediately spotted the car, and it looked like Spencer was already waiting. I picked up the pace. When I got home, I was just going to go upstairs and immediately crash. And sleep. That sounds redundant. Crash and sleep. Usually when you say crash, that's kind of what you refer to in the first place. The Dracula Club. Or what if it was just a general supernatural club? All of the supernaturals gather there together. Wait, what is he doing? I was still at least 20 yards from him, so why was Spencer already backing out of the parking space? Whoa, Spencer! What? Does he not see me? I waved one arm as I ran, wondering if he thought I was getting a ride with Allie or something. I froze midway as he pulled out of the space, looked right at me, and drove off.
He's so embarrassed by what happened to me during like lunch in the day and all the like rumors and whatnot. He's like, fuck this. I'm not going to drive you anymore. I cannot associate with you at all. Are you kidding me? I very nearly, not neatly. That would, imagine, you know, you're angry, so you very neatly throw something down, you know, make sure it doesn't get all messed up. I very nearly threw my backpack on the ground and had a tantrum right there in full view of everyone. Yanking my phone out, I sent him a flurry of angry texts. Excuse me, Desiree, he is driving. He shouldn't be looking at those texts anyway. What are you doing? You looked right at me. I sent, look at that flurry of texts. Hello, are you coming back to get me? Stop ignoring me, I say after 2 texts while he's driving. 3 texts I apparently qualify as a flurry. 10 minutes later, there was still no answer. I tried calling twice, but he didn't pick up. Tears of frustration stung my eyes as I clutched my backpack so hard the strap cut into my hand. He wasn't coming back. He just left me there while looking right at me. How could he do that? The parking lot was rapidly emptying, but I was not going to stand there and cry in front of everyone. Call your mom? But that's embarrassing. I don't want to get picked up by my parents. Oh my God. 3 texts from your mom is easily a bombardment. Truly, 1, 2, 3. Hey, what's up? How you doing? 3 texts, bombarded. Trembling with fury, I stormed away to find a place to calm down, think, and plot how I was going to murder my brother in his sleep. A little bit violent, Desiree. After I figured out how I was going to get home, I could text Mom, but she and Dad were both at work. Grandma and Grandpa would be busy too with old people things, I guess. I flopped down under a tree near the back corner of the parking lot. All right, that means we're going to get a ride from maybe Allie or Cute Boy. Allie said she had a club meeting, so I didn't think she could give me a ride unless I waited for her to finish. I didn't know anyone else well enough to ask. Des needs to chill, yeah. I bit my lower lip hard and looked up quickly, trying to blink away the tears before they spilled over. But there was no one nearby, and unless someone walked right past me, I didn't think I'd be easily seen. Club activities. Chat. Club activities. I finally gave in and buried my face in my knees, sobbing quietly, half from anger and half from sheer disappointment. The whole day had just kind of sucked. I felt stupid for being so glad to be back. Are you crying? Shoot! I looked up, hastily wiping at my face as I wondered who was crashing my little pity party. Oh, whoa! A super tall guy in a leather jacket was standing nearby looking down at me. I hadn't even heard him walk up. Look at that. Cool leather jacket, all black, pointed ear, heterochromia. Ooh yeah, heterochromia. Swoon! A super tall guy in a leather jacket was standing nearby looking down at me. I hadn't even heard him walk up. And hello there, green egg rolls, and welcome to the stream. Oh, I'm fine. I rubbed the back of my hand across my eyes, feeling pathetic. There was no way he'd believe I wasn't crying. And thank you for following, lolball. Appreciate it. Really? I nodded vigorously, but from his tone, it was obvious he knew it wasn't true. He scoffed. Let's see, we need a different voice. Whatever. He turned away and walked to a motorcycle parked nearby. Of course, he drives a motorcycle. Ugh, I can't believe someone caught me crying. How middle school of me. I watched him set the helmet on the seat and stow his backpack. I probably shouldn't have stared, but he was kind of rude, so I was going to stare all I wanted.
If I was going to revert back to middle school with my behavior, I might as well take it all the way. Desiree, not in for a penny and for a pound. You don't need to take that route. He paused and glanced my way again. I watched him grab something and stalk back over. He tossed something square and rectangular to me. I barely managed to catch it. It was a huge wad of cash, and then he told me, "Call a taxi," and then he left. Tissues! Oh, wow. Achoo! Facial tissues. Thank you, sir. Achoo is my favorite tissue brand. Oh, thanks. Okay, maybe he's actually a nice guy? He shrugged. Is there a reason you're back here crying? Alright, so we can either act tough and be like, I said I'm not crying. Or we open up and tell him what's wrong. Clearly, we gotta, win him over with emotional connections and he'll feel bad for us. Plus, if I say, yes, I'm crying because of these reasons, maybe he'll offer me a motorcycle ride back to the house. Yeah? Yeah. Yes, there is. I glared up at him, daring him to try and pry further. He just he looked sort of amused, but not at all intimidated. I guess I couldn't blame him. I guess I wasn't going like a, yes, more of a, yeah, like, duh, sort of reaction. Unsure. How tall was he anyway? I was going to strain my neck looking up at him. Thanks. For the tissues, I mean. Not for badgering me about crying. I wasn't badgering. I was asking. But it's not a problem. I'm Iwan, by the way. Iwan? Interesting name. Oh, no, it's pronounced Ewan. So they're saying they've also got it purposefully spelled here or pronounced out. That way, reading it, you can know how it's properly said. That was an interesting name. Ewan. Desiree. He just nodded and crouched next to me. I don't recognize you. I'm new. Sort of. I used to live here a few years ago, but I just moved back. Oh, you're that girl. I gave him a questioning look, but he just shrugged. I overheard some kids talking about a new girl. Something about disappearances a few years back. Ugh, again? That's me. I see. Well, you look more normal than I expected. What's that supposed to mean? This one is a chupacabra? Oh no. Hey, I was just about to leave. Are you waiting for a ride? Do you need a lift or something? Why is he a depressing Barney Fife? 'Cause he's cool, hardcore. Oh, I don't. My brother ditched me, so I don't know yet. I'm still trying to figure out how to get home. I'll give you a ride if you don't mind riding a motorcycle. Well, I haven't ridden one before. I'm not going to force you. Oh no, Petrie's going to look up what all the guys are supposed to be. Petrie! Spoiling yourself. I bit my lip. I shouldn't accept a ride home from someone I don't know, but at the same time, I don't know if anyone else could come and get me. Whoop! Come on, if I have the opportunity to ride on a motorcycle, clearly I have to take it because motorcycles are the height of hardcore, badass teenage guy, right? I accept his offer. Yeah, you know what? I'll take you up on that. I live out in Raven's Glade. He almost smiled, but not quite. What can kill Chupacabra? I don't know, but the only reason I would want to know why is that way I can keep him from those things. Because why would I want him dead? I can't date someone who's dead. We're in, girls. That's right. Getting the ride from Ewan. We're in. Hello there, Lawball, and welcome to the stream. Gun? Oh, it's straightforward. I live there too. He stood and helped pull me to my feet. Dang, he was really tall. The top of my head barely reached his chin, and that was with heels. I was gonna comment first, like reading, the top of my head barely reached his chin. This would not be an indicator of someone who is incredibly tall if you're average height. That would just make him sound like, you know, he's just sort of tall, whatever. How tall is he supposed to be? At least 5'11", right? I have an extra helmet you can use. Of course, he just has an extra helmet around, just in case. Oh, thanks. Ugh, Mom would definitely kill me if I showed up on the back of a motorcycle with no helmet. Then she'd probably kill you too. She hates making people feel left out. That's tall, 5'11". No, I'm 5'7". On the shorter side for guys, then sick, rip. He's extremely tall, the game said so. She did say with heels, so when I'm wearing heels, I'm just at his chin. So you could assume that, like, if I was wearing 6-inch super tall heels, that he would then still be a head taller than I am? That elicited a smirk. I'll keep it in mind. Heck to Mom, go home without a helmet, oh no! I watched him pull down 2 pegs on either side of the bike. I'm guessing my feet go there. His smirk grew wider as he tossed the helmet. You'll get an A+. That bit gets really hot, so don't touch it. Anything else? Hold on, lean when I lean, and try not to fall off and, you know, perish and die, because I don't really want to have to worry about that liability of, you know, dealing with someone falling off of my motorcycle. Simple and to the point. I like it. He climbed on the bike and patted the seat behind him as he put the helmet on. I climbed on carefully, mostly occupied with how I should hold on to him. Around his waist. That and wondering why his helmet got a cool visor thing, but my face was bared for all the bugs in the world to splat onto. So that all of the people can see the hot chick riding with him, clearly. I hoped he didn't mind being my bug shield. Because I was definitely going to hide my face behind him. Hold on, we're going. Right. I placed my hands awkwardly on his hips as he started the bike, and we were off. It was cold. He is 6'3", by the way. So on the tall side, then yeah. It was already well into fall anyway, but it was so much colder on the back of a motorcycle. Fortunately, our neighborhood was fairly close to the school. 6'4", close enough. Imagine if she was 2 feet tall and he was 6'4". Horrifying. Fortunately, our neighborhood was fairly close to the school. I quickly found myself grateful he was so much bigger than me. In addition to shielding me from bugs, he also blocked some of the wind. Not much, but I suspected it was colder sitting up front than behind. I just held onto him tightly and hoped the wind didn't permanently freeze my hands to his waist. That would have been awkward. 15 minutes and a short stop for specific directions later, and Ewan was pulling into my driveway. Spencer's car was there, but so was Dad's. By the time Ewan killed the engine, Dad was already on the front porch, eyes wide. I dismounted carefully, only narrowly avoiding falling on my butt. Managed to stay safely on the motorcycle the entire time, but at the very end, I nearly fall off onto my behind. Real slick. Desiree.
Nice dismount. I'd give it an 8.5 for style.
I'm not going to tell you to shut up, but only because you were nice enough to give me a oomph. Dad punching me in the face extremely hard, I pass out and die. Dad swept me into a bear hug that muffled the rest of that.
Oh, thank God. You weren't answering your phone.
Well, I couldn't, really. Oh, this is Ewan, a classmate. He gave me a ride. Yeah, that's the dad. We've got an attractive family, of course. Dad offered his hand, though he didn't look too happy about the motorcycle. Ewan took his helmet off, shook Dad's hand, and gave him a surprisingly polite nod.
It's nice to meet you, sir.
He had that bad boy look about him, but I guess he wasn't actually that bad. It was kind of disappointing. Someone wearing that much leather really should have more attitude. Come on, step it up, Ewan. How am I supposed to have a bad boy, badass boyfriend if you aren't bad? Or, more attitude, however you'd like to phrase that.
Thank you for giving her a ride.
I handed the helmet back to Ewan.
Seriously, I really appreciate it. I'll treat you to coffee or something sometime.
Don't worry about it. I guess I'll see you at school. He nodded and put his helmet back on, waving once as he started the bike. And with that, he was gone. Jeez, being polite is such a turnoff. I want the rude bad boys who don't respect me or treat me like an equal, you know? Dad and I watched him in silence for a moment. You are so not treating him to coffee, ever. Dad is trying to lay stakes on Ewan. Hey, he was nice enough to give me a ride. Dad is going to steal him. Exactly. Dad, please. What if I want to date Ewan? Saying of which, please tell me my horrible brother is grounded.
For a month, at least. Come on, you look like you're freezing. I'll make you some hot chocolate.
Oh, Dad, making me hot chocolate? Thank you. Aw. I snuggled into his side as we went in together. All in all, it wasn't a completely horrible ending to the day. Your dad should say you in trouble if he's a real dad. Oh my God, please, Father, you must enact the dad jokes. Prove you're a proper father and say you in trouble. That is such peak dad humor indeed. Oh my God. How do I even remember you are my real dad? Truly, I need confirmation via that dad joke, you in trouble. Oh, that's the end of that one. So we're on chapter 3. Look at that. Paranormal Mysteries Club. That is pretty close to Supernatural Club, so not far off on that guess. Forget Supernatural Club, it's Paranormal Mysteries Club. Are you winning, daughter? Oh my God. That's what my dad walks in on me and does as I'm in my room painting on my canvas. He opens the door and is like, "Are you winning, daughter?" And I look over at him and I'm like, "Dad, you can't win at painting. It doesn't work that way. Unless I'm trying to sell it, or if you want to interpret it as Is it coming out good? Then maybe I could answer properly? Oh, Father. Oh, look, it's Tuesday, October 12th. All right. Uh-oh, and we've got the ghost hearts again. I was pretty sure I was dreaming, but it was cold and pitch black. There was no sound, no sensation. I tried to move, but it was as if darkness was weighing me down. I tried to scream, but there was nothing. I couldn't hear the sound of my own voice. I couldn't even feel myself screaming. As I waited for any sign, any sound or hint of light, I slowly became aware of the fact I was running. The slow tingle of sensation began to creep back. My feet were crashing through what felt like underbrush. The cold prickle of white pine needles jabbed into me as I ran. I have to find. Find what? I didn't know. Inwardly, I screamed at myself to stop running. No, not yet, not yet! It wasn't my voice speaking. It was my voice speaking, but it wasn't me. It sounded raspy and weird, and I didn't even know what I had meant by that. Finally, I came to a halt. My hand reached out to steady myself against something. I felt scratchy bark against my skin. The moment I touched it, reality came crashing back. Or rather, it felt like I went crashing from nothingness back into reality. I expected to wake up in my bed in a cold sweat, but when I came to, I was standing up. I wasn't even in my room, much less in my bed. What? I was in the middle of what? Of the woods surrounded by trees on all sides? Uh-oh. Panic rose in my throat. Did I do it again? Third time missing in the forest! That strange sensation of crashing back into reality was both eerily familiar and terrifyingly nostalgic. I had felt it before. How long have I been gone this time? My heart was thudding uncomfortably as I looked around and listened for search parties. Sleepwalker. Or was it sleepwalking? It was probably stupid to immediately assume I'd been missing for weeks already, but it's not like it would have been unprecedented. Oh, and gotta head out? Goodbye, all right. Goodbye, Dunder. You have a good day, too. There was only silence. I wasn't sure whether I should have been relieved or not, but at the very least, I must not have been gone long. But now what? It was dark but cloudless. I was in a bit of a clearing, so the moon lit up my surroundings pretty well. I turned, trying to get my bearings. To my great relief, I saw the warm glow of lights through the trees only a short distance away. Was I just sleepwalking or something? That had never happened before, especially not to the point I ended up outside. I took a deep breath and started making my way back towards the light. It was freezing, and before I stopped to contemplate any major questions about the current situation, I needed to get back home. I would worry about the sudden sleepwalking problem after that. Something in the distance let out a long howl. A shiver crawled up my spine as I looked anxiously over my shoulder. Stop hopping trees at night? I can't. I'm Desiree Cox. What do you expect me to do? Yep, and that was a howl. Dog in the forest or werewolves. Aliens, werewolves, and vampires, and changelings, chupacabras, and farts. Gonna get ya. One of those things is not like the other, though. But clearly non-living? Why would that be included in the list? Yeah, the aliens! Why would the aliens be there? They're not of this world. Get them out. Coyote, maybe? It was a ways off, but still too close for comfort. I carefully picked my way through a little gully, wincing as I found a blackberry vine I hadn't been looking for. Ow, ow, ow! It managed to wrap itself around both legs in no time. Thorns jabbed at my fingers as I tried to pry it off in the dark. A sudden crackle of underbrush off to one side immediately put my heart in my throat again. What was that? I strained to see into the shadows. It might have just been a deer, but this area did apparently have black bears. Not to mention things like cougars.
I misspelled frat boys earlier. We agreed farts are bad also. Oh, fart frat boys. Everything went silent again. I was thinking of making a break for the lights. They were maybe 40 yards away and up a little hill. I could make it. Suddenly, a shadow moved. I tried to make out the shape, but it was deep in the trees beyond the moonlight. To my relief, it looked like it was moving away from me. But when it suddenly broke into a run... What? I was almost certain I'd glimpsed something person-shaped. Something else was out here too. But who? And were they watching me? Uh-oh. Houses? Or follow the shadow? I gotta follow the shadow. I need to know more about this. Heck! My brother and what he would think of not heading back to the house. I follow the shadow. I ripped myself from the blackberry vines with the thought of chasing the shadowy figure. Caco, don't curse! Heck you! It probably wasn't that smart, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I was outside at night and someone was stalking me. I wanted to know who it was and what was going on. Nighttime, dark, spooky. Follow the person who you think is following you. Good idea. We are too sexy to be out in the woods at night like this, Chet. It's true. Look at me. So I stay in the woods longer chasing down the figure. Clearly the correct mode of thought. I'd only gone a few feet before I realized that everything between me and that area was a sea of tangled blackberry vines. They were already snagging my pants, stabbing into my legs and feet. Ouch, 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 ouch. Thinking better of that decision, I retreated and decided to limp my way back up the gully toward the lights. Boo! Boo! I kept an eye out in case that figure came back, but they were nowhere to be seen. At the top of the gully, I realized I had been just below my house the entire time. The lights I'd seen were from Elliot's back porch. Oh, thank goodness. The back gate had been left wide open. Must have come out through here. From the looks of it, I was right. I hadn't been gone long. The lights were still off inside. Fortunately, I woke up before I got too far away. I let myself into the backyard, quietly creeping to the house and into the partially open back door. It was so weird knowing I had to have come this way, but I didn't remember any of it. It wasn't like it was unusual for me, but if it is me sleepwalking, what if I was the one who took the one missing shoe, put the keys in it, and put it in the cabinet? Because if sleepwalking is a trend of Desiree, it would fit. Yeah, when choices don't matter. Here I was trying to follow the shadow and they just railroaded me back to the house anyway. Oh my god. I just could not afford to start this stuff up again. As I was shutting the door, I heard the sound of soft movement behind me. I spun around, startled. Oh, Spencer. Great. Spencer was there at the bottom of the stairs. I could barely make his face out in the dim light from over the stove. What are you doing? I was just, I stepped out for some air. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. I wasn't about to tell him I'd gone for a little sleepwalk in the woods at night, but, I could imagine he's probably going to comment on the fact my legs are all scratched up, right? Seeing as I tried to walk through all those blackberry vines. I padded across the kitchen and tried to get up the stairs, but Spencer blocked my way. That's all you were doing? Yeah, that's it. Can you let me go to my room? I'm freezing. Wait a second. I'd been doing the creepy sleepwalking thing and had to do some serious thinking about that. But what are you doing up? Well, I heard you coming in. I thought it might be a burglar. Oh,
Well, it's not. Just me. And since I live here, could you please move? He didn't look like he wanted to, but he finally stepped aside and let me pass. It wasn't until I shut the door to my room that I realized Spencer had been fully dressed and wearing shoes. Spencer, that's a little bit suspicious. Why was he fully dressed if he got up when he heard me come in? Then again, maybe he'd thrown his clothes on when he thought he heard someone downstairs. No one wanted to confront a potential thief in a t-shirt and boxers. Here someone's breaking into your home. First thought, oh my god, I need to get dressed. I don't want a potential thief to see me in my underpants. That would be very embarrassing for the both of us, I think. I better put on some jeans real quick. I assumed. But I was way too tired to dwell on that. And before I could go back to sleep, I had to pick the thorns out of my feet, then disinfect the numerous cuts and scrapes. That occupied me for far longer than I would have liked. When I finally fell into the bed, I didn't have any more answers about why I'd been outside than I did when I first woke up out there. And I wasn't sure if there was anyone I could tell about it, not without kicking up a fuss. And I really, really didn't want that. Before bed last night, and before my nighttime escapades in the woods, Ellie and I had texted quite a bit about my less than exemplary first day at school. She had casually informed me that she would be driving me there and back for the foreseeable future. Or at least until I got my own car, which probably won't be very soon if I'm just relying on my parents to pay for it for me. I need to go get a job, that way I can save up my own cash money. Fortunately, she lived in the same neighborhood, so it wouldn't really be an inconvenience for her to stop by. A lot of people in this neighborhood, huh? The only drawback was that she usually had to arrive early because she did extra credit work in the office. It was mostly just filing and such, but it meant she had to be there quite a bit before class started. What class would she be doing that for? To get extra credit. I didn't die in my sleep, chat. Yep, success. Woke up without dying. Went back to sleep. Made it. Which meant I would have to loiter around the school with nothing to do for a little over half an hour. I wasn't going to complain though. It could have been worse. I had to admit that I was kind of annoyed Spencer basically won. He wouldn't have to drive me to school or put up with being anywhere near me anymore. But then Dad informed us that Spencer had lost car privileges for the next month. Oh, that's what happens, Spencer. Dad would pick him up after school and drive him to the showroom for work, and the poor guy would have to catch the bus every morning. To add insult to injury, the car would sit unused the entire time, since I'd be riding with Allie. She's not even going to be using it. Too bad. You left her at school on purpose. I don't think you deserve to drive the car. I'm already going to be working for you for a month and doing all her chores. I get it. I'm sorry. I had a bad day. That's not an excuse to leave your sister crying in the parking lot. What? I don't recall telling my dad I was doing that. Did Spencer say I was? Where did he get this information from? Did Spencer say, yeah, I left my sister there and she started crying? Except he wouldn't know I started crying because he drove away and I started crying after he left. So, where did Dad get this information? Dad, I'm going to need your sources. I tried to ignore the fight as I ate breakfast. It wasn't easy, especially with the looks Spencer kept giving me. He could not expect me to feel sorry for him. There was absolutely no way I would feel sorry for him. Except I'm feeling sorry for him. I mean, he was? He was my brother. Not anymore, though. I've disowned him. And he was already being punished. Ugh. I tried to ignore the part of me that wanted to defend him. Well, if I want to get along with Spencer better. And I mean, it's not like I was having a great day at school either. Okay, Desiree. We give in to that side of us that says we must defend him. I defend Spencer for ditching us at school. I hated myself for it, but I couldn't let him suffer. Dad, just let him use the car. I already have another ride. Look, Spencer, too late. They both looked at me in surprise. I couldn't blame them. My defending him was probably the last thing they'd expected. Yesterday you were pretty eager to see Spencer punished. Well, yesterday I was still mad. And I do think he deserves the work he's getting. Because that was a lousy thing to do, Spencer. I sighed and gave up on breakfast, pushing my plate away. But, I mean, there's no point in the car just sitting there. It's cold, so it'll probably sap the battery, and that'll be a pain, and just, I don't know. He's going to suffer enough having to put up with you and Grandpa in the same room with each other every afternoon. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. Thank you, Courtney. That's helpful. I try. Are you sure about this, Desiree? I mean, you're the one he left there. I shrugged. It sucked, but it wasn't worth this. Besides, there was a part of me that just didn't want to deal with him being even angrier at me than he already was. I'm fine with it. Just let him use it. Dad mulled over it for a long time. Well, if she's okay with it, why not let him use the car? It'll be a burden for everyone if you have to pick him up every day for a month. Fine. The driving part of your sentence is revoked, but the chores and work at the showroom stand. Spencer looked enormously relieved. He grabbed his books off the counter and immediately headed out the door, but he paused as he passed by the table. For the first time in a really long time, I felt his hand ruffling my hair. I looked up in surprise to see him giving me a really sad look. Thanks. And he was gone. I was kind of stunned. I was just rinsing my breakfast dishes when I heard Allie honking. Moments later, I ran out the door, still trying to pull on my jacket. So, I was thinking... A dangerous pastime. I'm not playing. Cry baby Spencer. I hope he feels bad now that he's been so mean to me. When I finally shown him some kindness. Showed him the error of his ways. I hope so, at least. Oh. Anyway, I was thinking you should join my club. The one you were at yesterday? Man, it's so much nicer to ride with someone who isn't ignoring me. Yep, there are only a few girls in it. The only one who really shows up frequently is, well, she's kind of a bit, catty. Oh god, don't tell me it's Kara, cause if it fucking's Kara, you can fuck right off. I'm not going into a club with Kara. No, thank you. No. So you want me to join a club and deal with some other catty girl? The way you convince your friend to join a club is saying, yep, we have barely any girls in it, and one of the frequent people that come back kind of suck. They're pretty catty. Come on. Just date Kara to get her to leave you alone? But then I'd have to go through the deal of romancing her. Romance that? I don't know. Come on. I could romance Ellie instead. I'd rather romance the friend. Draw the L back on her forehead? True, she did have that one earlier. There it is. It's back.
I want you to keep me company. You'd fit in great. Give it a try. Please. In any case, if you're waiting for me to finish up every day, you might as well just join it instead of sitting around. You know?
All right, okay, that's a fair point. What is this club anyway?
Paranormal Mysteries Club. Where the harem of the cool boys are all in there with me.
I stared at her. Seriously? Not gonna lie, sounds like a cool club. True, I wonder, well, potentially cool anyway. The first things that came to mind when I thought of the paranormal were UFOs, phone psychics, and those cheesy websites with articles about Atlantis and dinosaurs living in the Amazon. Really?
It's actually really fun.
Paranormal mysteries. Do they have a talking dog? Hell. I eyed her skeptically. I was sure it was fun if you were into that kind of thing, but I couldn't imagine her believing that stuff. So, what? You research Bigfoot or something? Do ghost hunts? Look for aliens?
Well, not exactly. But you'll find out if you stop by. I promise you'll have fun. Oh, those two guys you live next door to, Elliot and Danny, they're both in it. What? Seriously? I didn't think either of them would be into that kind of thing.
I tried to imagine Danny getting excited over blurry videos of something in an ape suit. It didn't compute.
You'd be surprised. Just think about it, okay?
Well, it might not hurt to give it a try, I guess. Yeah, she's like, this is what you open with. You say, hey, cute boys that you met earlier. They're in the club. You do not lead with, hey, there's a catty girl in here. Doesn't that make you want to join? Or just an excuse for hosting huge orgies. I don't want to join that club. I'm turning around and leaving. No, thank you. Didn't he specifically say it wasn't a club you'd have fun in? Yeah, that is explicitly what Elliot said. So I don't know how much he's actually enjoying this club. Or maybe he takes it very seriously. So as a result, he doesn't have the, like fun like you would at something that's just completely like hobby type thing, or like video games, playing video games, pure fun, nothing serious unless it's your job or something. Paranormal mysteries, he has got to find the answers. He's very serious, so it's a different type of fun. Alright, Ellie let out her characteristic squeal of excitement. It would be really annoying if it wasn't so completely adorable. When we reached the school, Ellie went to help in the office. I decided to stop by my locker before going to the library to read for a while. It was definitely still pretty early. There was almost no one around as I opened my locker door to grab my trig and chemistry books. I really hoped that things would go much more smoothly than the day before. Yesterday morning had only been okay because the stories hadn't spread that far yet, but by now, everyone had heard them. I heard a soft sigh and turned around immediately, expecting to see someone behind me waiting for me to get out of their way. There was no one there. Oh. I looked up and down the hall, but there was no one in sight. Ghosts. Okay, that was weird. Look up. Maybe whoever breathed heavily like that jumped up to the ceiling and you're not looking for them in the right place. I definitely heard something. Chewing my lip, I shut my locker door, still listening. Oh shit, I've accidentally just bitten all the way through my lip. I'm now chewing it like gum.
rip lip. Maybe it was a draft of some kind, but it sounded like a person. I shook my head and took a deep breath. It was probably just my imagination. I was on edge yesterday because of yesterday and last night, that was all. What are you chewing after the lip? Shh. I headed for the school library. I wonder what sort of things they really do in the Paranormal Mysteries Club. Ellie had said it was fun. When I got to the library, the librarian was nowhere to be found, so I hid in a corner and read until the first bell rang. After that, I basically spent the morning thinking about Allie's club. She'd said Danny and Elliot were in it, but I didn't sit close enough to either of them in literature to ask about it. The only interesting thing about Trig was Corvin managing to fall into a knee-high wastebasket. Chemistry was boring. Everyone had quickly realized Spencer would not engage, which meant they directed all questions at me. So I told them I'd been kidnapped by Bigfoot and Elvis. That's quite the sort of reasoning lie to give. I couldn't wait until that rumor got around the school. Why would anyone believe that? I don't know that would be a rumor that would be spread. What? By the way, Gray, hello there and welcome to the stream. Ghost boyfriend may be sexy, but he'd give the worst hugs. True. And I really hoped Kara enjoyed it. As soon as I reached the cafeteria, Danny ambushed me and insisted I have lunch with his group. Since it was better than eating alone, I didn't argue. Ellie was already waving at us from a table across the room, which made it even more impossible to say no. Danny led me over to where he and a few others were sitting. Now it's been a while. What advice did I give him? I think it was we'll just go with this. So everyone, this is Desiree. I shifted uncomfortably as all eyes were suddenly on me. Oh, the new girl everyone's talking about? Well, she is new anyway. You're sitting here today, Desiree? Yeah, looks like it. I was relieved that no one argued. They just moved their chairs around so I could sit sandwiched between Danny and Elliot. Ooh, between both of them, So, how do you know Danny? I looked over at the girl talking. I had no idea what her name was, but she had a nice smile. Well, I moved in next door. Oh, so you're neighbors then? I nodded. Yep, that's what's moving in next door meant, pretty much. Another guy. They're bringing in so many guys now, I'm not totally sure which ones are the ones I care about. The boy who spoke leaned across the table and grinned. So all the things people are saying about you, are they true? I'm assuming since this guy has just been kind of grouped in with the rest that he isn't really all that relevant in terms of dating them. James, come on, man. I was just asking. It's fine. And like I've told everyone so far, no, most of the things being said or speculated are not true. I really did get lost in the woods. I really don't remember it. My brother really was attacked by what we think was probably a cougar or something while I was out looking for me. Yes, he injured one of his eyes. No, they're not sure how. It's actually nowhere near as mysterious as people try to make it out to be. It was just sensationalized at the time. All that happened was that I got lost and Spencer somehow hurt his eye. You know, the basics. Oh fuck, is Dracula abort? Or the son of Dracula? So, you really didn't see a murder in the woods. Raina. I think that's about as likely as encountering Sasquatch. Maybe it was a serial killing Sasquatch. I liked her. Well, aliens are also a popular theory.
Serial alien killing Sasquatch? Now that's just crazy talk. Everyone laughed, and I was just relieved. The conversation didn't seem like it was going to be the usual interrogation. Oh, Elliot, man, I read something yesterday about that your club. I read... What? I can read this, I swear. I read about something yesterday that your club totally should investigate. Up, and you gotta go now. All right, what's it? Have some good tasty pizza. Ooh. Bat Squatch. Bat Squatch? You know, like giant bats. He gestured wildly as he started explaining the supposed creature to Elliot. I tuned him out. I push aside the other characters, their portraits. I focus in on just Daning. So, I don't see Allie anywhere. I didn't see her yesterday either. Do you know if she eats somewhere else? Oh, and thank you for following, Painsaw. Appreciated. Allie? Yeah, I don't think she eats in the cafeteria. I see. And hello and welcome to the stream. That was disappointing. I guess it meant I couldn't even have lunch with her. I wondered where she did eat. Maybe with the teachers or something. Though I couldn't imagine that would be fun. But even if she wasn't around, Danny's friends weren't too bad. They were rowdy, but really nice. I didn't usually like crowds much, but after yesterday, it was a nice change of pace to be surrounded by friendly people. Oh, yeah, well... Haven't you made up your mind about it? I mean, well... I glanced back at James dubiously as he tried to convince Elliot that Bat Squatch was a viable topic of study for the club. Calm down, please. James, nobody here wants to talk about Bat Squatch. Shut up. Do you really study things like that? Danny just laughed. No, not really. But we do look into the paranormal, but I suppose it's a little more mainstream than Bat Squatch. Mainstream. I wonder if that was more along the lines of ghosts and ESP, instead of UFOs and unlikely mammals. There are a lot of stories that have much more solid foundation beneath them than Bat Squatch. You don't think that maybe some folklore has a seed of truth to it? Says Werewolf Boy. I guess it depends on the folklore. I mean, if you take something like the vampires of Europe, a lot of people think that certain historical figures might have inspired some of those tales with their less than savory behavior. But if you're suggesting that the seed of truth is supernatural in origin, I'm not sure about that. But it does make for potentially interesting study topic, right? I suppose it might. If Allie invited you, then you should consider taking her up on it. It might be nice to have a new member, Danny says, winking at me. Oh, you started the stream without me? Maybe. Hey there, Gluskin. Welcome to it. No, seriously. We'd love to have a new member. Bab Squatch, legitimate form of study? I don't agree with that one. Bad study topic. Get it out. Hey, that's not fair. I tried to join too, you know. Your president kept avoiding me until I finally ended up joining something else, and now my schedule's too full. I thought you didn't join the room because the club room creeped you out. What? That's not it. I mean, it is kind of creepy though. I didn't even think the Mysteries Club accepted new members. Everyone I know who thought about joining ended up not doing it. We take new members sometimes. I think people often just decide they don't have time for it. I mean, there's probably better options, or options that people are more interested in. Now they're making me kind of curious. And Danny's description actually did sound kind of interesting. At the very least, it was different than what I'd first imagined. I mulled it over for the rest of lunch, wondering just what kind of club it really was. By the time school let out, I was actually in a pretty good mood. As a bonus, the day had only had a few mildly annoying moments as opposed to the whole thing basically sucking. I was relieved by that, for sure. Ellie showed up at my class to get me, waiting by the door while I shoved all my stuff in the book bag. We made a quick pit stop by my locker before she insisted on taking me up to the 4th floor to see the club. So, did you make up your mind yet? I mean, about trying out the club. You will, right? Well, I mean, you're kind of hurting me that way regardless. Yep. It's not like you have anything else to do. That's true. I'll just take a peek, okay? All right. I'm sure you'll like it. At the bottom of the stairs, I paused and looked up. I'd been to the 2nd and 3rd floors, but never the 4th. I'd heard it had just a bunch of empty classes. Even when I was here in middle school, everyone had said it was haunted. Is there just basically an unused 4th floor? 4th floor now dedicated solely to the paranormal mysteries. We started up together. Are all the high school clubs up on the 4th floor? No, there are only about 5 others besides us. A lot of people prefer to use classrooms on the lower floors. Apparently, it's creepy up here. I have heard that. I stopped at the top of the stairs, shivering slightly as I looked down the long hallway. It looked just like the one downstairs, but I had to admit the atmosphere was different. Maybe it was because most of the lights were off, or maybe the air was just stuffy because no one really used the space much. It really did feel different though. Ghosts. Come on! Ellie took my arm and pulled me down the hall toward one of the open classrooms. I stopped outside and peered in. No one else was there. The club room itself looked pretty boring, actually. I was surprised, especially after hearing how creepy people found it. Instead, it just looked like a really normal empty classroom. It wasn't creepy at all. Would you kiss a ghost? Yes! Answer, easy. The real question is, why would you not kiss a ghost? You know? Hello there, Loonzoic. Loonzoic, and welcome to the stream. Looks kind of mundane. Did I read that? The club room itself looked pretty boring, actually. I was surprised, especially after hearing how creepy people found it. Instead, it just looked like a really normal empty classroom. It wasn't creepy at all. It looks kind of mundane. Maybe allergy to ectoplasm? Ectoplasm leaves bad stains. Ghost mooches would get you gooped. These are things Desiree did not consider as she began searching the 4th floor for a ghost to kiss. Any ghosts up here? I would ask. One would come out. We would make out. I would pull away and there would just be ectoplasm goo covering my face. And now this just sounds really uncomfortable. I push the ghost's thoughts to the side and return. Looks kind of mundane. Wait, she has perma heart eyes? Perfect. Yes, I may have casually added them. You know, stuck them on top because it was commented that she has the same color as the mascot's hair color of me. And she's wearing the yellow shirt, so I gave her some heart eyes. I couldn't do mint because
the colors keyed out. So, right? Out of nowhere, Allie practically shoved me through the door, and something happened. We were teleported into another realm! Wait, oh my god, we were. What? So, what do you think? What? It looks... What? Looks a lot bigger when you're inside, doesn't it? The ritual begins. Oh my god. I stared at her slack-jawed. She had the most infuriatingly smug look on her face. Bigger? Yeah, it looks bigger and completely different. What the fuck? What the frick? Where did all this stuff come from? I looked at the hallway. It looked as normal as ever. But the classroom was now brimming with furniture and decorations that had definitely not been in there when I first looked in. There's even a goddamn fireplace over there. Where did this fireplace come from for a classroom setting? Excuse me, Ellie, did we just go through a portal into another realm? What is this? I rubbed at my eyes, though I'm not sure what I expected that to do. Ghosts did it? We went through a ghost portal. Was I dreaming? No, I mean, obviously I wasn't, but how? I shook my head and walked back out into the hall. It looks totally normal from out here, and... Allie? I couldn't see her anymore either. So if you teleport through there, you can't even tell, like, from the outside that anyone has entered in. I burst back into the classroom, and there she was again, along with all the decor and furniture. What? I don't understand. What is going on? My head was spinning as I tried to work this out. Mirrors or something? It had to be mirrors or something, right? Oh, I knew you were one of us! She grabbed my hands and squeezed them, grinning at me happily. What do you mean by this, Ellie? Whoa. Back up. One of us what? A paranormal or a cryptic. Some refer to us as supernaturals as well. Uh-oh, who's talking now? She is a witch? Oh no, she could be a witch. Mark! Oh, wow, oh, Mark, I can't believe this. Oh my god, I did not expect you to not be human at all. I am very surprised. Wow. You sound uncertain. Wait, had he been there the whole time? He was standing in the corner by a large bookshelf, a book in hand as he glared at me with the usual disdain. Who do you report supernaturals to? I don't know. No, I know it's you. I just have no clue what's going on here. He shot Allie a strange look and huffed an annoyed sigh as he snapped his book shut. She's probably still awakening, but I mean, she's obviously one of us. She's here, right? This is why people don't join the club, is because they shove them into the room. The person's like, well, it's still just a room. And they're like, well, this person's not supernatural, so they're not joining the Paranormal Mysteries Club. If she wasn't one of us, she wouldn't be able to see the club room. I studied Allie worriedly. Allie, you're kind of starting to creep me out. Why do you keep saying one of us, like I've just been inducted into some sort of creepy cult? Also, paranormal, cryptic. Okay, calm down. Take some deep breaths before your blood pressure gets dangerously high. I know this is confusing, but I can explain. Very amusing. I don't want to take deep breaths. I want to know what's going on. Okay, well, you're a logical person. Just put two and two together. Clearly, this isn't a normal classroom, right? Well, yeah. There are two possible ways to explain what you've experienced. Science or magic, right?
Well, science wasn't my forte for sure, but magic? Vampire werewolf boyfriend? That's what I'm hoping for, Lexi. Hello and welcome to the stream. You talk about logic and instantly speak of magic. Pretty much. I think I need to sit down. Ellie helped me to the nearest sofa and Mark produced a glass of water from somewhere. Is this blonde boy an elf? I'm not entirely sure. We drew a Link cap on him earlier, declaring him to be Link, but I'm not sure if he is an elf. For all I knew, he pulled it out of a hat. My head was spinning like crazy. Magic? Ellie was not trying to tell me this was some kind of magic room. Was she? Or even before that? Was she trying to tell me that magic was real? Maybe a mermaid or water elemental. I don't know. Just have to keep playing and see if they'll tell us. I firmly believe he's a Keebler elf. Oh my god. Excuse me, Mark. Can you get me the sweet cookie hookups? Feeling better? Not really. Ellie just laughed. I glared at her. This was not a laughing matter. I was having a crisis. Are you telling me that magic is a real thing? A real thing? A thing that actually exists in a real, practical way? Yeah? Yes. And that this room is magical? Yeah? What else would I be implying, stupid? And I'm magical. Well, you put, again, 2 and 2 together. I stared at the door. I could see the hallway outside. It looked perfectly normal. There was nothing near the door that could explain what happened when I entered. No visible mirrors, cameras, or projectors. What if every classroom is like this? You enter into any of the classrooms along this hall up here and you get teleported to another realm? Where you learn about the magic and the paranormal and the supernatural. And that's why the 4th floor is always seemingly left abandoned. Heck, I couldn't even come up with a way it would be possible to do something like that with projectors and cameras. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. At lunch, someone said this club doesn't take new members much. This is a club specifically for the supernatural members of the student body. Obviously, normal humans can't be permitted to enter. Typical humans can't see this room. Not as it is. As you noticed from the outside, it looks like a normal, empty classroom. But from the inside, it still looks like a normal, empty classroom to normal people. In fact, the spell on this place actually repulses normal people, so they don't even want to enter it. Thus, that is why normal people are totally creeped out, but people like us are not, see? Yes, that's right, the normies are creeped out by it. What if they're supernaturally pretty? Well, that depends on where their supernatural prettiness comes from. If it's incredibly magical supernatural prettiness, then of course they'll be allowed to enter. That's basically a supernatural ability in and of itself, you know. A spell? Like a magic spell? Yep. Is this how Alice felt when she fell down the rabbit hole? No, I think Alice seemed like she was pretty, just kind of like, hey, well, these things are going on. This doesn't make much sense. Actually, I was pretty sure Alice handled that way better than I was handling this. I took a deep breath as I listened to Ellie's explanation. The spell is designed to protect the club from discovery. It can alter memories, perception, or even the room's location if it needs to. All toward that end. I was still trying to get my head around all this. I mean, logically, I knew none of this could be true. But here was Alan. Someone I trusted and knew was down to earth, and she was telling me this was real. And maybe it was a prank. But I really didn't think Mark was the sort to play pranks. Mark here as sort of a firm point of reference to say, Allie, I could buy a prank, but this guy, I don't know. Based on our meeting the previous day, I was almost certain he didn't have a sense of humor. And Allie wouldn't do something like this to me. Not today. I looked up at her and she patted my hand gently. So I can see this room because I'm not normal. That's correct. What about you? Well, I'm a witch. The magic using kind. See, and there we go. It is. They're right there. Boom. Allie's a witch. I tilted my head slightly. Okay, I actually hadn't expected that answer. What were you expecting then, Desiree? A witch burn her? No, don't burn the witch! That's my friend! Please! Not sure what I did expect though, yeah. Alright, left for a bit, what the fuck is going on? Well, David, it turns out Allie, my friend here, is a witch and she runs the Paranormal Mysteries Club, which we have gone to. Up on the 4th floor of the school, we walked into a classroom and got teleported here. And apparently, you're only able to see this if you yourself are supernatural. So, Mark is here, confirming he's supernatural. Allie's here, confirming she's supernatural. And we are here, confirming that we, too, are supernatural. Okay, let's assume for a moment that instead of thinking you're just insane, I believe you. How did you know I was what did you say? Cryptid? I mean, you invited me to the club this morning, so you already knew. Right? Cryptid is the word you're looking for. We're not animals. Yes, cryptids are creatures that can't be proven with science. But cryptic is just a name some people adopted for us. It's shorter to say than paranormal or supernatural, so a lot of us go with it. I think I've misread those as they're telling me these. No Bigfoot smooching? Undetermined. Hey, unless there's a test on it, I'm not interested in vocabulary at the moment, okay? Is she always this sarcastic? Usually. It's worse when she's upset, though. It's sort of like a litmus test you can use to tell how close she is to having a complete freak out. Ugh, I see. I'm right here, and what I'm interested in is how you knew I was a cryptic, or at least why you thought I was. Blood pressure. Allie? Okay, I'm down. The reason I knew was because of Corvin. What? Corvin? What does he have to do with it? Remember that book he dropped? Yeah, that weird, creepy one. Oh, it wasn't just a book. It was a grimoire. Huh? Corvin was standing at the door, as if he'd just come inside. Man, if this was a prank, they were really going all out. But at this point, I had a feeling that hoping it was just a prank was pointless. Mark's lack of a funny bone aside, Allie didn't look like she was joking. And walking in with Corvin, saying that was a grimoire, he's going to be a wizard. And it's not creepy, by the way. Don't call someone's grimoire creeping. Hey, Cor. So, we were right about your friend? Well, you can see for yourself. Hey, well, welcome to the Paranormal Mysteries Club. Desiree, right? Grimoire necromancy? As usual, he was pretty bubbly. He waved at me from across the room. Did Did you say it was a grimoire? Like a magic book?
That's right. And normal people can't see it. So when you so kindly wanted to pick it up for me, I knew you could not be a normal human. Thank you, by the way. That was nice of you.
If I'm not normal, then what am I? A witch or something? And does this mean Spencer's magic too? Because I really don't think letting him have magic is a good plan.
Who's Spencer?
My brother. My very paranoid, emotionally delicate brother. She couldn't be a changeling, right? No, of course she wouldn't be that. That's not the name of the game or anything that would make you, think that might be the case. Indeed, perish the thought. While I was speaking, Corvin wandered over and sat on a table next to the sofa, and immediately overturned the glass of water Mark had given me. Oh, Corvin, you klutz. He jumped back up as a cascade of water ran down his pants and down the arm of the couch onto my lap. Oh, sorry. I was still too shocked by the whole magic thing to even react. I'm sorry. Sorry? He looked around, presumably for something to wipe up the water with. I just sat there, staring at my soaked jeans dumbly. Allie, perhaps you could. Don't worry, I've got it. Annoying as that was, this should prove it to you, Desiree. She flicked her hands towards me in a strange circular motion and chanted something under her breath. What? I felt an undeniable wave of warm air and looked down to find my clothes were completely dry, as was the sofa. I patted my hands over my legs in wonder. There was no sign that they'd been soaked through only moments before. A magic hairdryer, yeah. No problem. Electricity not working? No problem. Don't need the hairdryer. Just use magic. Whoa. That even dried my underwear. Creepy.
Really, Allie? Come on.
And hello there, Composite, and welcome to the stream. His pants were still all soaked down the front, though. Maybe if you'd learn to actually read the mood for a change.
It wasn't on purpose. Help a guy out. Air magic really isn't my forte.
Corvin made his best attempt at sad puppy eyes. Oh my god. Look at him over here. Ooh, please, put the water out. Allie sighed and rolled her eyes before repeating the hand gesture and chanting she'd previously aimed at me. See, oh my god. And thank you for following J Mays. Appreciated. This time I saw something. It was kind of hard to describe. The air around Corvin seemed to ripple and the water was suddenly just gone. This is real. Isn't it? What? Ellie turned back to me. I knew it was gawking up at her, but I couldn't help it. I mean, none of this was possible, except I was watching it happen. No mirrors, no tricks. This was the real thing. Oh my god. You're telling me that I can learn to do this, that kind of thing? No, we don't know. There are a lot of different types of cryptids, not all of which have inherent magic, and we don't really know what type you are. There are many that are non-human. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that Corvin does ice magic or something because of his blue clothing and the fact there's little snowflakey details along his scarf. That's what it suggested of for me also. Looks very sort of snowing. Wait, if I'm some kind of non-human thing, what about my family? You're saying my parents have basically been lying to me all this time? Well, not necessarily. Someone can be cryptic without their family knowing. For instance, if they were infected by something that changed them. Like if I was stolen out of the bed as a baby and replaced with a changeling. Thus, the normal human baby wasn't me at all, but the changeling one, however. Like zombies? Oh, no! Like vampirism or lycanthropy. I am not a vampire. Wait, vampire? No, you are most certainly not a vampire. I think him replying that in that fashion says that Mark is a vampire. Hey, why are you saying that in such a snooty way, mister? But infection isn't the only way for humans to acquire supernatural abilities.
Aside from being born with innate magic, there are lots of reasons humans develop powers. Being descended from paranormal creatures is one reason, like having fae or elvish blood somewhere in your lineage.
Elves?
If you did, there's a good chance your parents wouldn't even know, depending on how far back it was. And fae blood can lie dormant for generations before rearing its head again.
He was talking to me about elves. I gripped my forehead tightly. I could almost feel my brain being crushed under the weight of all this. The times we've crashed into people and had things thrown at us, not helping that. What everyone is trying to get at is that there are lots of possibilities. If you've never demonstrated magic before, it's probably developing right now.
And probably for reasons similar to what Corvin just stated.
So, now you're telling me I'm not even human? That I'm a fairy or something? Calm down! No one is saying that. We don't know anything for certain just yet.
There are ways to find out, though. Some of them just take time.
I don't think I want to join this. Or be part of this. I mean, suddenly being not even human felt gross just thinking about the idea that I wasn't even what I thought I was my whole life. I didn't like it. And I recall back now to Spencer when I was at that fairy ring and how he commented to me about not even being human. They're going to do paranormal magic blood work tests. Oh my god. So if this is the Paranormal Mysteries Club, where is the Paranormal Hunters Club? That would imply that first you would have to have a bunch of humans believing 100% that those magical beings are real? And by extension that they would have to form a club around that. I feel more like, no. I was gonna say I feel more like they would keep it more of on the down low, but you would think both sides should keep it just as quiet on both sides. So maybe there is a Paranormal Hunters Club and we are just not too aware of it. Though they'd go by some secret other alternative name because Paranormal Mysteries seems like it's just a front for Supernatural Creatures Club. So then the Paranormal Hunters Club might be, like Forest Exploration Club or something. Break out the silver bullets and wooden stakes, boys.
Uh-oh. Gonna have to avoid that club now.
I caught that look the three of them shared. What is it? It's just that you don't really get a choice. What? Just listen. If you think about it logically, people like us can pose a huge threat to human society. If not because we have unusual abilities, then because by not keeping a secret, we could disrupt things. There are other reasons as well, but those are the primary ones. As you can imagine, there are organizations in place to govern people like us, since normal law enforcement can't really do it. Organizations like government organizations that keep track of cryptids. Cryptics. So now that part of the reason this club exists is because we kind of help keep an eye on the cryptics in the school and town as a whole. Wait, you mean there's more than just... Wait, Danny and Elliot are in this club.
That's right.
So they're also cryptics. And there are quite a few others. Once we discover someone new, we're obligated to report them and bring them into the club. The cryptic registration office lets students register through us because it's less stressful than having to go to the local agency.
But people who don't cooperate with us have to deal with them directly.
It's way better to deal with us. I mean, they're not dangerous or anything, but still.
The agency is definitely full of weirdos. You don't want to meet them anytime soon.
So I don't get a choice at all. Look, it sounds so scary, but it's not. Your world is about to become really amazing. And think about it this way. What happened to you and Spencer's kids may be connected to this.
That wasn't entirely implausible, actually, and would explain a lot.
Remember when we were little? You and Spencer used to always tell me about the things you saw out in the woods. We were just playing, though. Were you?
I ran my hand over my face, thinking about that. It was so long ago, my memories were understandably fuzzy. I remembered that Spencer and I had imaginary friends. Sometimes they would come and talk to me at night, and was it possible all that was actually real? Then, when I vanished, Spencer was attacked. Things he'd said back then.
We can help you research that. Maybe find some answers. Ooh, maybe find a way to help Spencer and fix whatever broke there. You really think I could do that? Sure. If you learn about yourself, surely you'll learn something about your twin as well.
You said my family might not be cryptics, though.
I said might. I didn't say they definitely weren't, so they could still be cryptics too, yeah?
I don't think those incidents have anything to do with this. No, I'm kind of suspicious that they do, so I'm going to opt for the first option. Hey Mom, yeah, school was great. I made friends, joined a club. I learned that everything I knew in my whole life was a lie. I found out elves exist. Overall, good day, I said to my mother as I then grabbed, maybe a cup of water, splashed it on my face, went up, and went to bed. And my mother was just like, well, you always were a kidder, daughter.
You said even if I'm a cryptic, it doesn't mean my family is.
Well, that's right. Cryptics have weird genetic quirks. Like I said, with certain types of lineage, it's possible that no one will have even the slightest affinity for magic or exhibit any cryptic traits for decades. Then it suddenly pops up again in one person in one generation, as strong as when it was first injected into the bloodline.
That's what something like that might be more probable for you. That's why something like that might be more probable for you than just spontaneously developing magic. Though that does happen too. Rarely. So does that mean just me? I'm the only one that's different? Not necessarily. You are twins after all. It's just that given his personality, you might want to approach him more cautiously.
Recessive vampirism. Oop. What if different choices I made during the game affected what kind of cryptic I was? That would be interesting. Interesting, I mean.
This is all way too much.
I also when I have my eyes closed right now because of the hearts I've drawn over them. You can't really tell that well. I stood up and gave Allie a shaky smile.
I think I need some fresh air. Desiree.
Just for a few minutes, please? Can't absorb all this at once. Thought those are part of the game? No, they're not. They're on top because this girl looks a lot like my mascot drawing character, so I drew the eyes on her to give her heart eyes. The room felt like it was closing in around me. I had to get out of here and back to reality for a few minutes. I could contemplate the implications of all this in a place that didn't make me feel like I'd been carted off by a tornado to some strange place and should expect singing munchkins to appear soon. The hearts over the eyes has been a funny touch, yeah, especially since, whenever she changed expressions in her eyes, you can't really see that change. I didn't even know where I was going, just out. Just away from here. Someone stepped through the doorway just as I tried to leave. Can you please move? What? Oh my god, wait, that jacket? Oh my god, this is Ewan. Oh my god, is Ewan like a headless horseman type of guy? That's why he rides the motorcycle, is because it's like the horse and he has no head? Oh my god? A Dullahan, that's it, that's the word, yes. And hello there, Sloppy Waffle Cat, and welcome to the stream. I knew he was a demon, oh my god. My words trailed off to a terrible squeak when I looked up at the boy I was speaking to. He's hot, dude. Well, at least his jacket is hot. He had no. My vision blurred and my entire field of vision narrowed in on the empty space above his shoulders and the gaping hole where his neck should connect to his head. Stunned, I turned back to Allie, though I don't know what I intended to say. My airways constricted, and for a moment, I forgot how to breathe. My knees started to go all wobbly, and I knew I was about to hit the floor. I'm passing out. Can you still kiss that? I could at least kiss his hand? I mean, sometimes he has a head, right? Dullahans still have heads, right? They just don't have them on their neck attached? Desiree! He's a horseless, headless horseman. He calls his motorcycle a horse, see? I think I'm going to pass out now. And with that, everything went black. Oh, and that's chapter 4, Under the Bridge. I was probably out for no more than a few minutes. When I started to come to, I realized I must be lying on the sofa. Dude, he's so hot, your character passed out. That's the reason I passed out. I was like, oh my god, he's hot, and I passed out. Yeah, they still have a head, it's just detached. See, bing, no problem. That means I can still make out with him. I could hear the others arguing. You could have at least tried to catch her. I'm assuming this is Ewan. My hands were full, as you may have noticed. Someone's laughing here, I don't know who. Or Brenna? I don't know who Brenna is. Brenna? That's not funny. His hands were full. Mark, couldn't you have reached her before she hit the floor? Oh, they're talking about me. I didn't see a need. I highly doubt a fall from that height would seriously harm her in the first place. Are you calling her short? I have to warn you, she's always hated that. How tall am I? That jerk, I'm not short, just a little vertically impaired. I groaned and tried to open my eyes so I could tell them off. I'd kiss him. True, everyone should kiss him. Would kiss him. Should and would, really. Desiree, are you okay? The first face I saw was Corvin's looming over me, looking concerned. Easy. You don't want to move around too fast just yet. I thought I saw... You did see it. I bolted upright. Yep, there he is, you win. It was me. Sorry. I didn't know a newbie was in the club, or I would have stayed away. Chat is going to fight to smooch Ewan. She's 5'3" according to the wiki. That means she's only an inch underneath average woman height. That's not that short. Say, Lux there, 5 foot. That's short. I have like someone I know in real life that's like 4'9", 4'10", something. She's very short. Does anyone have a Bible to fight these monsters off with? No, that's not what we want to do, Barry. We want to date them, not fight them. Yep. And Ewan is indeed really hot. Being tall isn't that great, to be honest. I think the
Either side being either extreme, being very short or very tall, isn't really that great.
Alright, it was me. Sorry, I didn't know nobody was in the club or I would have stayed away.
I stared up at him. His head was where it should be. Thank God. Oh, I didn't recognize you without a head.
It does make things difficult.
Oh, wow. The unfamiliar black-haired girl was still laughing. I didn't find the situation funny at all, to be honest. I don't think we've met. The girl bounded across the room, pushed Corvin out of the way, and bounced onto the sofa right next to me. Oh my God. Wait a second. This is the catty girl, right? They meant literally catty girl? Rather than like a girl who likes to start fights and the like, they mean a girl who is like a cat. She's hot too. Come on, Lexi. Everyone we're going to meet in this game is going to be hot. Come on. She had no concept of personal space. She was practically sitting on top of me.
Brenna, that was my foot.
So you're the new girl. She looked up and down, almost as if sizing me up. She was pretty, but her gaze made me feel really uncomfortable. She leaned in really close, staring into my eyes. A deep frown creased her brow. I stood up carefully just to give myself some space to breathe. Corvin stood too, reaching out to steady me when I swayed slightly on my feet.
Are you okay?
I'm just trying to work out at what point I fell down the rabbit hole so I can maybe climb back out. Corvin patted my shoulder gently.
Maybe Ellie should take you home now. I don't think we really made this very easy on you today. It's been a while since we had a new member in your exact position.
Yeah, the trick with the headless boy blocking the doorway isn't one I recommend for new members.
Had to lay for a bit. Did we learn anyone else's secrets? What's Mark's BS? We don't know what Mark is still.
I am suspecting vampire just because he was like, she's definitely not a vampire, when that possibility was brought up. Ewan is a Dullahan because we opened the door to him and he had just like purple neck mist pouring out. He didn't have a head. So, seems like he's just a Dullahan.
Funny.
Come on, Desiree. Cora's right. Probably best to get you out of here for a while. And Ellie is a witch, and it seems like Corvin over here is a wizard, too. I didn't argue. I definitely had enough of the Paranormal Mysteries Club for one day. Ellie led me out of the room, and I just followed obediently, still in a daze. The moment I stepped into the hall, the voices of the others completely faded away. I looked back once, but all I saw was an empty classroom. How does that... I mean, if someone sees us walk out of there or something... Oh, like I said earlier, the spell is designed to do what it takes to protect the secret. It can alter perception or even memories to ensure that no one notices anything. I see. I know it's a lot. I'm sorry. If I could have warned you, I would have. Oh, please don't be mad at me. The more I thought about it, the more I realized she probably couldn't have done things differently. It's not like I'd have believed her if she told me the truth during the drive to school. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't really fault her there. It's not your fault, okay? I just feel a bit overwhelmed. That's understandable. I'm sorry I freaked out. I'm sorry we scared you. She put her arm around my shoulders as we headed towards the hall. We didn't say much for the rest of the walk to the car. Alright, walking. Oh, yes, alright, I see scenes. Right as Ellie was about to get on the driver's side, I stopped. This is all real, isn't it? I'm not crazy. It's real, and you're not crazy. At least, no more than you were yesterday. Cute. After you've had time to process it, it'll probably seem a lot less scary. In the end, despite everything, we're all pretty much just normal high schoolers. Let's just talk about this all in an open hallway. Nothing wrong with that. Not at Oh, totally normal. Someone was walking around without a head. In what universe does that constitute a normal high schooler? She just laughed slightly and motioned toward the car. Come on. Was it like this for you? I mean, when you found out you were a witch? I guess it wasn't so sudden. I started seeing things. Weird things first. I thought I was going completely bonkers, and I was afraid to tell anyone, especially Mom and Dad. Mom is busy with her research, and Dad is busy with the company. I didn't think either of them needed to deal with their daughter losing her mind. She gave me a long, serious look while driving. Allie, please, turn your head back to the road. I tried to deal with it alone for months. You, at least. Of the rest of us, it'll make a big difference. I managed to get myself into some serious trouble. There are a lot of pitfalls in this world if you don't know they're there. Normally we help educate people and get them to read up and learn things on their own so they know what to expect. I didn't have anyone to do that for me, though. And hello there, lone Viking, and welcome to the stream. She's driving while not being at the wheel? Wait, who's driving the car right now? I nearly died. My magic went completely haywire, but this one particular wizard helped me. He introduced me to everyone else, and I realized I wasn't alone. When did this all happen? You never said a thing. I mean, of course you didn't. Texting me with, "Hey, I'm a witch," was probably the last thing on your mind. But I wish I'd been there for her. I was freaking out as it was. I couldn't imagine dealing with all of it completely alone. No support. Even if I couldn't have known what she was dealing with, I felt like a really crappy best friend. Secret ghost boyfriend is clearly driving? Oh, okay. Got it. It was almost 3 years ago. No need to worry about it now. Of course, now that you do know, you better be prepared for all the rants about magic and every witchy thing, like brooms. Oh, and thank you for following Patty730. Appreciated. People actually ride them. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out how they manage it. Having a stick jammed between your legs is the most uncomfortable thing ever. Well, Ellie, have you ever considered modifying the broom so it has, like, a bike seat on it instead? I couldn't deny that it sounded uncomfortable when she put it that way. And rather suspicious, to be honest. Haven't quite gotten the hang of it then. Yeah, no, definitely not. Side saddle, that would be another way to work around it too, yeah, because then that would not have the broomstick jammed between your legs, so... We had a good laugh over that, and I found myself so relieved that Allie was, well, still Allie. I know her crazy secret, but it felt like nothing changed except the topic of conversation. That was comforting. She dropped me at my house, promising she'd text to check on me. After the drive and a hot shower, I was able to put things into perspective. Millions of people dreamed of something magical happening to them, and here I was actually having it happen to me. Okay, I could do without the headless fellow club member thing. That was creepy. Why is he headless anyway? And the thought of being a fairy or something was just outright weird and still uncomfortable. But it was still kind of cool in a way. What if Spencer wasn't magic and he was like a magical being hunter of some kind instead? And maybe some humans are just able to see magical creatures for some reasons. So here we are, one part twin being actual magic, and the other twin being magic hunter. You know, the classic conflict. That'd make him cool. Truly, spoilers hill. I went to bed promising myself to have a more open mind the next day. The next morning, I woke early and texted Allie that I'd meet her down by the neighborhood entrance instead of at my house. I thought a morning walk would help clear my head and get me prepared for the crazy that awaited me at school. And I was kind of worried about facing Mom and being able to act normal. She always had the weirdest knack for figuring out when something was bothering me. I still needed time to get my head around all this before trying to work out how to successfully keep it from my family. Especially Spencer. I couldn't deal with him while this was hanging over me. I just quickly said I wanted to take a walk before school and slipped away while Mom was getting ready for work. It was noticeably colder than it had been the day before. Well, it was the middle of October after all. In a couple of weeks, we'd already be into November. Why not tell them? Because they're not magic. We can't tell non-magic people. They wouldn't believe us anyway. The leaves were all just waiting for a good fall storm to come and knock them down. I adjusted the strap of my book bag and tipped my head up, taking a long, deep breath of cool air. Walking in the morning sun made yesterday afternoon seem even further away. Everything was just normal. The world looked like it always had, and yesterday was seeming more like a weird dream. It was hard to brace myself for something that didn't even feel real yet. I mean, it should be easy to hide this from them when you don't even know what you are yet. Yeah, it would just be like, I may be some kind of magic creature, and not much to go from there, so that you don't really have that much to hide at the moment. I shook my head slightly and kept walking. Ahead of me was a little creek and a bridge that went over it. Like, it's not like I have giant wings sticking out of my back, or like some giant horns, some pointy elfish ears or something that I have to explain to them in some way or attempt to hide from them. I look exactly the same, so it's so cool. I've been wanting to take some reference shots, though I didn't think I had time. It might not hurt to at least stop and get some ideas for angles, though. Ellie had to drive by there to get to the entrance anyway, so it's not like I'd miss her. I slowed my steps as I reached the start of the bridge, peering down to where the creek turned away and vanished into the trees. Ah, pretty. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to take one or two photos while I was there. I reached into my bag to find my phone. Come by. I paused, tipping my head to the side. Was that a voice? I stood still and listened. Sure enough, there was a faint voice muttering in a raspy sing-song. It sounded like it was coming from under the bridge. Currants and gooseberries, bright firelight, barberries, figs fill your mouth, citrons from the south, sweet to tongue and sound to eye, goodbye. Someone really is under there. The creepy voice, which continued to sing, conjured images from every old fairy tale I'd ever read. Is there a troll cellar here at this bridge? Still, I wonder if it's a homeless person. If I listened carefully, I could hear them puttering around down there as they hummed. It was awfully cold for someone to be staying under the bridge. I bet the neighborhood association would have a heart attack too. I probably shouldn't look. I didn't really want to look, but I mean, whoever it was couldn't just stay under there. It would probably be best to let someone know so they could help them find a more reasonable shelter. I found myself carefully picking my way down the embankment, one hand on the lower edge of the bridge to steady myself. The voice stopped the moment my feet started crunching through the dried leaves. Shoot, what if it's someone dangerous? My heart was in my throat as I carefully peeked under the bridge. If this is the scene of what it looks like, I'm not exactly seeing any space where a person would not be just, standing completely in water and would be able to, live there. Should have just yelled hi, truly. My heart was in my throat as I carefully peeked under the bridge. I expected just a craggy old man in dirty clothes. Whoa, okay, instead I came face to face with an impossibly large moss green eyes and a mouth as wide as my head, giving me a toothy smile. I froze. The eyes blinked. I blinked. Date him! Oh my god. Whatever it was reached toward me with a gnarled hand. I let out a shriek and staggered backwards. You're back! You came back! Creaky joints unfolded and huge feet shuffled toward me. The thing was massive, much bigger than I'd realized at first. I tried to scramble away. Come with me, I'll help, I know how to help. I threw my book bag at the creature's face and tried to run up the slippery embankment. Oh my god. A clammy hand grabbed around my wrist, pulling me back toward the creek. This took a turn. Oh my god. I screamed again, desperately trying to pry the fingers off. Let go! Let go! Its grip tightened and it chuckled with that rusty voice. Come away. Come. I looked back, terrified as it dragged me down the creek bank. Suddenly, there was a heavy weight against my back and two soft hands covered my eyes. Don't look. You mustn't look at goblin men. You won't be able to resist them if your eyes gazed upon them. That's what the old poems say, isn't it? The whispered voice was familiar. Oh, wait, was the girl saving me from this goblin guy? That girl from the club yesterday, what was her name? Brenna? So I guess that was a goblin then? And Brenna is saving me from it? Now that you've been to the club, now you're seeing all this weird shit. I mean, we did just come back to this town from the city, so it's not like I've been back for too long, so casual coincidence. Help! Come on now, let her go. There was a soft menacing hiss next to my ear, and suddenly my wrist was free. I guess I did that in the wrong tone of voice as I read her line. Oops. I tore myself away from Brenna and, nearly in tears, scrambled back towards the bridge. I clawed my way up the side of the embankment and bolted for the entrance, my heart still in my throat. As my feet pounded against the pavement, I heard a hoarse, raspy voice rustling after me, but this time I couldn't make out the words. By the time I reached the entrance, I was completely out of breath. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that thing clambering up the road for me, but neither it nor Brenna was anywhere in sight. What was that? A few moments later, I saw Allie's car crest the hill and come quickly toward me. I sagged with relief, barely waiting for her to stop completely before climbing in. What's wrong? You must date the gobbo. Is that a choice, though? I swear, I could never hide anything from her. There was something under the bridge. Ellie glanced in the rearview mirror. Something? I shook my head, still trying to catch my breath. Just go, please. My voice was completely hoarse. I wondered if anyone heard me screaming. And what had Brenna been doing there? I suppose I shouldn't question that. She definitely saved me. Ellie and I drove in silence, but she kept giving me sidelong looks. I kept checking behind us, just in case. Ellie was nice enough to wait until I calmed down before asking about it, and that was just about when we reached the school. Okay, now tell me. I don't know. I was going over the bridge and I heard a voice. Goblins are hot as fuck, dude, true! As evidenced by that one we ran into. And, not a horse, you're a person? Yeah, you know, just casually having a hoarse voice sometimes. Well, what was it? I'm not sure. It looked vaguely person-shaped, but it had huge teeth and eyes. It tried to grab me. I pulled up the sleeve of my jacket and showed her the distinctly hand-shaped mark on my forearm. Jesus Christ, how hard did he grab my arm? That it made that much of a mark. Jesus. You okay? I nodded. Come on, let's go up to the club room. I don't want to sit out here in the cold. I just nodded again and followed her as she started into the school. How'd you manage to get away from it? She was speaking quietly, but there was no one around to hear us anyway. Brenna actually showed up and helped. Brenna did? Why? She just doesn't usually get involved in things unless she has to. I guess that does kind of narrow down what it might have been, though. How so? Well, normally something like that could have just been about anything. There are tons of nature spirits, elementals, ghosts that lurk about, but Brenna typically doesn't take an interest in things unless it involves the Fae. Why is that? Well, she is one. A fairy, that is.
Okay, so she's not a cat person. Brenna is a fairy.
I'm just glad she was there. I was trying to it was trying to drag me into the woods. Well, for the time being, I think it would be best if you don't go checking out any more voices until you've learned a little bit more about this world, especially this time of year. This time of year? There's always a peak of activity in the paranormal community before Halloween and Samhain. It's best to be a little cautious this time of year. No more checking out weird voices. And until you've learned a little more about what to expect and what to avoid, no more walks by yourself.
I could definitely agree with that. I looked at my forearm again. Spooky time. Sorry, Skelly. No spooky time. Spooky time is off limits until we know more about the supernatural. It was going all motley and purple. It was definitely going to bruise.
Come on, let's go up. You can stay in the club room until you calm down and feel better, okay?
What about class?
Well, we're given a little more lenience when it comes to being late. I mean, a lot of the teachers are cryptics, you know? We can get you a late pass.
What?
The principal too.
What? The principal is a cryptic. That's why she goes down and helps out with the paperwork, is because probably she's actually doing paperwork regarding the supernatural.
Has that always been the case?
Yeah, good Christ, and grabbed your arms with foot-pound strength of a hyena bite. Yeah, oh boy. I can't believe my character didn't comment on it being very painful.
Well, you didn't think there would be a club of paranormal and magic people in school without staff knowing, did you? The truth is, there are a lot of places that are sort of hubs for the supernatural community. This town is like that. There are a lot of us here.
Seems like everyone is a cryptic and normal people are the rare ones. I would almost agree if the Paranormal Mysteries Club was a little bit more populated.
So, the school is definitely a bit of a haven for people like us.
Walking into the club room wasn't quite as jarring as yesterday. At the very least, this time the weird shift from reality to not reality was less jarring. I went straight to the sofa and flopped down face first into a throw pillow.
Is it always like this? Well, yes and no. I mean, it's always pretty wild, but you quickly learn how to handle it all. When to stick your nose in and when to stay out of things. Here.
I looked up as to see her holding out a bottle of water for me. I took it from her as she sat down.
Here's the plan. I think you should go to the library and do some reading. The more you know about other cryptics, the more you'll be able to handle situations that come up. That's important for all of us. Knowledge is power and all that. What about you? I'm going to call the agency and have them check on that bridge occupant.
The agency?
Yeah, the Cryptic Management Agency. I kind of mentioned them yesterday, remember?
Yesterday is a bit of a blur, to be honest. I just remember something about a registration office.
Yeah, it's part of the agency. Like I mentioned, there's actually a government organization dedicated to dealing with the paranormal.
And they're the reason I couldn't go hide in my closet and pretend none of this happened.
Basically, yeah.
So, some government agency handles things like bridge occupants?
Well, yes and no. The Department of Paranormal Regulation is an umbrella organization for several smaller groups, but those are all federal groups. Locally, we get a management agency.
A management agency? And oh my god, Painsaw gifting 5 subscriptions for the channel. Just queuing ready out, just tossing them out there. Oh man. Thank you, Painsaw, for the gifted subs. That's super nice. Appreciated. Gotta go, but have a good one. You have a good one too. Thank you.
a management agency. I guess you could think of them as being similar to law enforcement. They have several departments that all basically try to keep the peace where cryptics are concerned. For the most part, they protect humans and try to keep cryptics from disrupting normal society. Oh, I see. I think it sounds hard.
Yet another governmental branch to distrust. Oh, man.
It can be. A lot of cryptics fit in well. A lot of cryptics fit in with the humans, but so many of them just don't. They're too alien, too wild. Some aren't even sentient. Anyway, the local agency has a department that handles this sort of thing. Containment and control.
And doesn't the club, work with them or whatever?
Yep, I do too. Personally. Part-time. But not everyone in the club does.
Rolling everyone up into our cat immunity. That's it. That's what happens when people get subscribed.
Anyway, no need for you to worry about any of that. Right now, I want to show you something you're going to love.
She stood and led me to a door at the back of the room. I followed behind much more slowly.
Is this something that's going to freak me out? Yes, but in a good way, I promise.
I watched her dubiously as she rapped 3 times, then pushed the door open. I peeked over her shoulder, wondering what exactly she thought I was going to love so much and what I had assumed was a closet. What?
Surprised?
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, I was surprised. There was a massive library of awesome hiding behind that door. We know from earlier that I have a collection of classic books, including Shakespeare, of which I have read like A Midsummer Night's Dream numerous times, so clearly this library, very attractive to me. Of course I am. How? And hello there, Zarius, and welcome to the stream. This has to be some sort of space bending, alternate dimension craziness or something.
Well, it's something like that.
She took my arm and pulled me into the library. My morning had just gone about 1,000 times more awesome.
Basically, Desiree, just about anything is possible with magic. We can get to multiple places from the door in our club room, but from inside the library, that door will only lead back to the club.
Is that why you knocked like that?
Yeah, the different patterns and numbers of knocks determined where you end up. There's obviously a limit, so none of the patterns are too complex.
Okay. This whole thing is weird and scary, and I'm not entirely sure I'm okay with any of it, but this part is so damn cool!
Oh, is my little bookworm excited?
Yes, she is. I thought you meant I should do reading at the school library or something, not this! Oh my god! Ellie laughed as she waved to a bookish man behind a dark wood desk. He immediately left off what he was doing and came toward us. Whoa.
Desiree, this is Vilos Ivanov. He's one of the caretakers of this place, and he's also a wizard.
If anything is possible with magic, what about world domination? Probably. Just have to be powerful enough.
It's nice to meet you.
He really didn't look at all like a wizard, but he nodded politely. Dropping by. Hello there, chicken. Thanks for dropping by. And what can I do for you?
Vilos, this is Desiree. I told you about her?
Ah, yes. The new member in the club, I recall. He had a fairly prominent accent of some kind. It sounded like he might be from Eastern Europe somewhere. Then again, for all I knew, this entire library was in Eastern Europe somewhere.
Well, there was kind of an incident this morning.
He raised an eyebrow as he looked at us over the top of his glasses.
I was just about to go contact the agency. In the meantime, I thought Desiree could stay here for a while. Maybe read up on various cryptics. Since she's still kind of new to all this, I was thinking she could start with something basic and go from there. Just something to start getting herself educated, especially considering how close we are to Samhain.
Yes, this is a dangerous time to be coming into this world.
Dangerous? What exactly is so dangerous?
Why does he have nicer lips than us? I mean, everybody has some pretty good lips. So, how much better are they really? They're comparable.
She'd said something about an increase in paranormal activity. I'll try to explain it later.
In the meantime, I'm sure we can locate some useful information for you. If you'll follow me. Well, that wasn't at all foreboding and concerning. I wandered after him, still looking around at all the books.
What about when class starts? I told you not to worry about that today. Just stay in here and read for a while.
Philo stepped behind his desk, shuffling around for something in a stack of papers. What sort of cryptic are you?
I don't know. Sorry. We're still kind of fuzzy on that one.
I see. Then what particular species would you like to research? If you're a beginner, I would recommend one of the more common species as a starting point. Many of them have subclasses you can delve into for further reading, if you'd like.
He slid a sheet of paper across the desk, popped toward me.
Am I playing as like a topo or something? If you're referring to my character of some kind of magic creature, I don't know what. Well, when she was saying we and us, she was referring to like the club people. That I myself, Desiree, and the other members of the club do not know what kind of magical creature we are. So, perhaps something on this list. Ooh, okay. We can read about fairies, natural-born vampires, infected vampires, and wizards and witches. Clearly, we're gonna read up on the fairies, right? I wonder if, like, this sort of option has any sort of sway over what kind of magical creature we become later on. At minimum, I would imagine it probably has some influence over what sort of guys you continue to interact with, but I don't know. Here we go. Fairies. Every option was basically completely weird, but I finally settled on fairies. They kept coming up in all the conversations, so I should probably educate myself on them. Yeah, I like how we are learning all this stuff, but we still don't even know what the fuck we are. We just know we're a magic creature of some kind. Who knows what? And it seemed less disturbing than something like vampires, werewolves, or other things that might eat me. I wasn't sure I could handle reading about things that intense just yet. Then again, what did I know about any of this? Maybe werewolves are vegetarians and vampires were just misunderstood. For that matter, maybe fairies were actually soul-sucking cannibals or something. I don't know, or creepy bridge dwellers. I didn't think any of it was going to be easy to read about. At any rate, Vilos didn't seem surprised by my choice. He just nodded and let out a shrill whistle. I half expected some kind of library troll to trot out from the stacks of that book, but no, it was even better. The book zipped out of the shelves and right into Vilos' waiting hands. And I'm heading out. Have a good one. All right. Goodbye, Mike. Thanks for stopping by. Not far off from most fairy tale fae? Yeah.
Thank you?
Convenient. We left him at his desk and Allie walked me to a nearby table, stealing glances at me every few seconds.
You okay?
Well, no. Yes? I have no idea.
Okay. I need to contact the containment team about your little bridge friend, but I don't think I want to leave you here alone. So I'm going to send someone to stay here while I'm gone.
Vilos is here.
Yeah, that's basically like being alone. He barely talks. Trust me.
Okay.
Oh, geez, sit down. You look like you're about to pass out.
She pulled a chair out and forced me into it. I sat and just stared blankly at the book in my hands. Thanks.
Hang on. Someone will be right in, okay?
Ellie left me there and returned to the club room. I rubbed my face tiredly.
There was so much to take in, and at this point, I felt a bit like my head was going to explode. Sleepwalking, suddenly being magical, creepy bridge trolls, and interdimensional libraries. What happened to my normal life? I set the book on the table and flipped it open, leaning forward to scan the text. I tried, with little success, to focus on the words. Theories have been known since ancient times. They have deep connections to many other supernatural races, including vampires, ghosts, elemental spirits, and many more. Though often given in diminutive terms like we folk, most fae are anything but. They're among the most diverse of any paranormal race, with a virtually limitless subclass and infinite array of sizes, shapes, and types, many of which are extremely dangerous for mortals to come in contact with. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Is anything in this paranormal world not dangerous? Fairies have morals and values that are quite foreign to human beings. Things that most humans would consider reprehensible are met with indifference in the fairy community. Conversely, things that humans would shrug off as trivial are considered extremely offensive by the Fae. Even so, fairies and humans have a long history together, and fairies have often exhibited an almost obsessive curiosity about human society, even going so far as to kidnap human children and whisk them away to their realm. There are still many theories as to why. I felt a sharp pain in my temple and hissed as I instinctively put my hand to my head to try and rub it away. Are you alright? I started as a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. Oh, why hello, Yuin. Yuin? Wait, what are you? Wait, did Allie send you?
She said you were here by yourself and needed company.
Ah, well, I don't really need a babysitter. I'm glad you have your head today, or thanks for keeping me company. I really liked the last option. I'm glad you have your head today. The headless raccoon is back, oh my god. And he's just silent. Ugh, why did I say that? Oh, Elliot's also here, it seems. He didn't seem to, unless that was the wrong name, he didn't seem to find it funny. Oh. Uh-oh, maybe said the wrong thing. Okay, we don't have to talk about it. That's fine. I mean, sure, you scared about 20 years off my life, but that's fine, no big deal. You can't control when that happens, but I didn't mean to scare you. Next time, I'll give you fair warning so you don't scream like a little kid and pass out again. I did not scream. Besides, I'm never fainting around you again. You apparently don't try to catch people. If you'd ever had your head fall off and roll on the floor, you'd probably not be so keen on dropping it to catch people either. This is the weirdest conversation I've ever had. Okay, fair enough. I admittedly don't have much experience with my head falling off.
Most don't.
Is it okay if I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead, I guess.
The head. Why does it, fall off anyway? I wondered if it was okay to ask that. Maybe it was private. I wasn't sure I should talk about it if my head sometimes fell off. Yuan didn't seem too bothered by it, I guess.
Ever heard of a Dullahan?
There we go. He is indeed a Dullahan. I've read about them before. Headless riders. What? Wait, is that what you are? Shh. Sorry. I stared at Yuan as he sat across from me completely nonchalant. Nailed it. Perfect. He was a headless horseman, basically, or maybe they didn't ride horses anymore, but motorcycles. Instead of riding on horses nowadays, they just ride on motorcycles.
My father is one. So am I.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize they could have children. I guess I really did have a lot to learn about this world. How many paranormals, cryptics are there at the school? Ewan stared at me seriously for a long time before he crossed his arms and shifted his gaze to the side.
There are quite a few beyond the ones you met yesterday. Danny Tessina, Elliot Damiani, William Lee. I don't know if you know any of them.
See, there we go. William, he's also magic, of some kind. Danny and Elliot live next door to me. Ellie mentioned they were in the club. William is in my literature class. So they're like, what? Is it okay to ask that? Is that private? I have no idea about, etiquette and things.
You should ask them if you really want to know. Not everyone is thrilled to be part of this world, so.
That phrased like that, it sounds like he doesn't really want to be part of this world.
Not everyone is comfortable talking about it.
I would imagine that would be the case with William also.
Anyway, the ones you know of, there are a few others who don't bother to show up to the club.
That's so crazy. Have there always been this many?
I wouldn't know. I've only lived here for about a year.
Oh? Oh, I just moved back here. You raised an eyebrow.
I know that.
I shifted uncomfortably and looked back at the book in front of me. I couldn't get a read on him. Sometimes he was so brusque. Other times he showed evidence of an actual sense of humor.
Did you really not know about any of this?
Allie said. No, I didn't. Till yesterday I thought I was completely normal.
Really? There's never been any indication you weren't normal.
No, I thought about what Allie said earlier, about the things Spencer and I used to see in the woods. Times I vanished, sleepwalking, things Spencer had said about me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe when I was little.
You know, people tell a lot of weird stories about you. Did you really have no idea?
That again. Look, it's easy to find a way to dismiss weird things if you don't happen to believe in the supernatural. If a little kid says they see something strange, people assume it's an imaginary friend, not a spirit. If a kid gets lost in the woods, then shows up again unharmed and saying they don't remember what happened, people assume they got lucky. Not that they're just a weird forest elf that knows the way of the woods. So, yeah, weird things have happened to me. Was it all pointing to me being a cryptic? It's sometimes hard to tell who's talking at first glance in this. Yeah, you have to just kind of keep an eye on the name boxes that are here. Maybe. How can I know if I just got lost and hit my head somewhere, or if I wandered off to frolic with vampires? I don't have clear memories of any of these so-called weird things.
Wow, relax. Sorry if I upset you. I was just a little curious.
I sighed and rubbed my forehead. That had probably been a little too much on my part. No, I'm sorry if I snapped at you. I'm just feeling a bit overwhelmed. I think I have fewer answers than anyone else right now. The voices you do help a lot too. Yeah, try to help kind of distinguish the different characters that are talking by using different voices for them.
Oh, you'll figure it out eventually. We all do.
What about you? I mean, did you always know? He smiled bitterly and leaned forward, resting both elbows on the table as he looked down at the book in front of me.
I always knew my father was Fae. He didn't see a reason to keep it from me.
I see. So Dullahans were a type of Fae. I guess that's what the book meant by subclasses. Sad there's no character with no Leon voice, huh, man? Well, we don't really have a personality type of one, really, so.
Hybrid children like me tend to be either more or less fully human, or more or less fully Fae. Don't really get something in between from interbreeding. If they're born on this side, meaning in the human world versus the fairy world, the tendency is toward the children being human. You turn out human, you might have a weird aura or even some actual magic, but that's about it. You turn out Fae, well, you're Fae. What all that entails. I thought for a long time that I was human. Had magic talent.
I had minor talent with magic, but no overtly fey traits. My parents cautioned me that fey traits could emerge suddenly. I didn't really take it seriously. The way he was talking gave me the feeling that this story wasn't going somewhere pleasant. Well, anyway, they were right. Sorry. You don't have to tell me this if you don't want to. You shouldn't have asked. I could only imagine the issues that ensued when your head started falling off uncontrollably. So absurd, whole thing. But I knew firsthand when the absurd was happening to you. It could also be scary, and probably painful too. The look on his face was anything to go by. Yuwen sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. What if he was riding on his motorcycle and his head just fell off? It's fine. Anyway, that incident is why my family moved here. That's all there is to it, really. Hopefully things go better for you. I hope so too. Still, it was weird. He didn't look like a fairy, at least not what I imagined a fairy to look like. Though if I really studied him, his ears did seem a bit pointy. Wondered why I hadn't noticed that before. 'Cause you're blind. Sorry I interrupted your reading. No, it's okay. Sorry if I made you talk about something unpleasant. Oh, he smiled slightly. I already said it's fine. Anyway, whatever happened with that brother? The other day you said he ditched you here? Oh, yeah, totally grounded. What's his deal anyway? He just hates me. Figured maybe he figured out I'm secretly a paranormal weirdo and it bothers him. I said it jokingly, but I was starting to think he really did know something was off about me all this time. Maybe I should ask him about it. Don't. I jumped, startled by him suddenly raising his voice. Shh. Sorry. I looked back at Yuwen expectantly. He rubbed the back of his head. I mean, it's just that unless you come from a family like mine, it'd be kind of rough revealing this kind of thing. Until you know more about your situation, you should stay quiet, especially if your relationship with your brother is already rocking. If your parents know nothing about this, they'll just think you're crazy if you can't prove your story. You can sense that you're not really his sister, but with a fey changeling who replaced real Desiree 15 years ago or whatever, that's what it seems like, yeah. Hashtag changeling things. RIP. It's probably true. Given some of the weird things I'd done in the past, it probably wasn't wise to give them anything to worry about. Yuwen fished something out of his pocket. It took me a moment to realize it was his phone. Look, I'm the worst person for giving advice, and don't expect me to be much of a shoulder to cry on. But I'll at least give you my number. You never know what kind of crazy things might happen if you have some sort of abilities trying to awaken. If you need anything, you can call me. I was kind of surprised. I didn't expect that kind of offer. I mean, I could always call Allie if I had problems. Then again, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have some secondary support if I ended up wandering out to some weird spot at night or something. And yeah, that's true. Got that number? That would be weird as hell to meet the original Desiree and date her. I don't know about that one. And it wasn't bad to have a guy give me his number. It's not like Yuwen was bad looking, eh? He had nice eyes. Okay, I'll give you mine too. We quickly exchanged numbers. You should try to get the numbers of some of the other club members as well. We usually try to keep them in touch if anything happens. Ah, so that's why he was giving me his number. Well, it's not like I was hoping he was giving me special treatment. Yuwen stood and stretched. It looked like he was leaving me here. I smiled up at him. Thanks for staying with me. I feel a bit better now. After yesterday, I suppose I owed you one. Definitely. Next time, I expect you to at least make some effort to catch me. Or at least break my fall. He smirked slightly. And next time, don't faint. Well, at least next time I'll be prepared. I mean, it wasn't that scary, just unexpected. Allie's probably back by now. Want me to send her in? No, I think I'll just go with you. I stood as well, returning my book to Vilos, which I basically barely read. He insisted I take it with me and continue reading at home. When you and I reached the club room, we apparently entered at the same time. Allie returned. She was just walking in as well, but from the hallway. She smiled slightly when she saw us. I don't know how much longer it is to the chapter end. I was somewhat aiming for that, but oh boy. It has been a bit here and I need to take a break from talking. Let's get a quick save down. Quick save. I guess that's the only option. Oh, okay, menu save, there we go. Boom, look, save on every slot. Just to be sure, in case anything happens, I have backup save files. There we go. We'll just hop to the main menu here. Wow, where we are with Changeling. All right. Oh, wait, we've got the floating eyes just casually hovering over this guy's chest. Maybe casually get rid of that. Look, here we go. We can stick them on over her eyes. Like so. There we go. All right, chat. Thank you, everybody, for coming on by to watch. Thank you to those who have followed. And thank you for the resubscriptions as well as the gifted subs from Painsaw. Very appreciated. Very nice. Damn it, I just arrived. Yeah, just as I'm ending. Well, thank you everyone for coming on by to watch. Tomorrow we will continue on with Changeling, hopefully completing it. Honestly, in this case, if the game does wear on for too long, I'm probably going to pop that over to next weekend to finish it off, rather than just ending it. Glad you were in my recommended. I'll be sure to stop by again. Well, thank you for coming on by to check out my channel. It's appreciated. And let's see, I'll say also, as a reminder, I do a Chat's Choice where I stream a game chosen by chat at the end of every month, which you can submit games for currently on my Discord. If you don't want to submit anything, that's fine too. I will post a poll next, or starting tomorrow actually, for the vote for what game I should be playing based upon the games that people have submitted. So today is the last day you can do that, so if you want to submit a game, make sure you do that before your chance runs out. There's already been a few that have been submitted, so we'll see how the voting goes for it also. So again, thank you everybody for coming on by to watch. I hope you have a lovely evening. Don't really have anyone that I'm able to raid, so I'm just going to end stream for today. Thank you, and farewell.